Hey people, welcome back to the stream. Seth here. That's the wrong one. Let's get into it. I'm gonna try and do free games. Yeah, I can't pronounce free. Free. The number after two. I'm gonna try and do that many games, but it might be two games. It depends. Because I gotta go at 4:45, so it depends. How fast we are. Oh, Fallout 2 for a start. That's not too bad. Didn't want to use my brain so much for the first game of the day, but it looks like we're gonna have to. Yeah, go in. Hopefully there isn't too much background noise. I do have about 3 fans and like all my windows open, so it's very hot in the UK right now, or at least where I am. Now, lovely Windows noises. Failure initializing input devices. Thank you, Fallout. Fallout 2 crashing before it even started. Try and do this through here. Oh, I don't know which launcher it is. Okay, Steam. Well, you better fix it, Steam. I swear, if we start with Brohead of Steel, thank God. Oh, okay, there we go. We got it going. So I think last time we fixed the bugs because we made the game full screen, so that should sort it. The issue is we can't alt tab, so that might have been dumb doing that to start the timer. Is the game gonna load back up? Ah, it is. Okay. Hopefully, we're in full screen, so shouldn't crash or have that weird glitch where it crashes and then doesn't. Get into this. I think we were in Vault City, weren't we? Yeah, we were. Okay, we're making some good progress. What level are we? 9. Oh, that's not too bad. I think we want to probably be about level 20 by the time we go to the barge. Hopefully, if my speech is high enough, we should be able to take out I forgot his name. Oh, Hank Horgan. Frank Horgan, not Hank. We should be able to take out Frank Horgan using the speech options where you can get the Enclave to fight against him. Right, so we got the pass, right? Oh, we got 2 of them. Well, hopefully they don't question that we have 2. Quick save. Save blast, here you go. Alright, before you go in, we have to search your belongings. Oh dear. What for? Sometimes Outworld is trying to smuggle alcohol. Oh shit. Yeah. So we're gonna have to dump that stuff onto our companions. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Vic, you're gonna be my resident druggie today. This cow shouldn't count, I don't think. That would. Alright. Oh, psycho. Should be fine. Go. I recently installed Fallout 1 in 2, which ports Fallout 1 into the Fallout 2 engine. Yeah, haven't tried to play it yet, though, because I'm just not ready for the headache dealing with the technical troubleshoots. Yeah, I've looked into that. The benefit is obviously you get all the Fallout 2 engine stuff, like the combat control, and you can trade with companions and stuff. But when I was looking at like all the technical problems, as you said, I just found it's probably easier to just to install Fallout Fixed. It's not quite as there's not as many features as in the Fallout 2 engine, but it was close enough for what I wanted out of it. Day pass, here you go. Okay, search me. Shouldn't find anything. Alright, looks like you're clean. Brilliant. Good thing they don't search our companions. So in here, there's a few quests that I know of, or a few little tasks we can do for XP. I think there's a girl in here. She is Vic's daughter, I think. This girl. Come on, Vic. In you come. Come say hello. I think it only triggers if I talk to her, maybe. What do you, Dad? Yeah, okay, so this is her catching up with Vic. I'm not sure if we get XP for this, but I do know we get XP for getting her a super repair kit. I can't remember where that is. These are the old-fashioned cutscenes. Which I think these might be bugged because we're running probably at an FPS the game's not meant for, because the text is not staying up very long at all. What are we running at? Oh, we're running at 30 FPS. I'm not sure why that is then. CPU cycles or something. Something's making the text go too fast. Funny enough, I got so annoyed with companions in 1 that I started playing without them. That's pretty common, yeah. In Fallout Fixed, they fortunately added in a speech option where you can ask people to get out of your way. Without that, it's very infuriating because they'll just block you in doorways all the time. Still in the cutscene. Yeah, with that myth-busting video that you asked about, basically I was going to live stream yesterday running across a landing zone in Starfield just to see how big they were. It was just like a last-minute thing I was going to do, because for the predictions video, I made a prediction how big I assumed they were going to be. So I thought I might as well test it, because I looked online. I've only saw one video of someone running from their ship to the boundary, and it took 13 minutes, but I wasn't 100% sure that your ship lands in the middle of the landing zone, and I didn't want to make the assumption. So I did it myself, and I was going to stream it just for like a quick 30 minutes, however long it takes. But yeah, the stream was messing up. It wasn't letting me go live for some reason. And I thought, well, not worth the time, basically. So I sacked it in, did it offline, and then I put it on the second channel. Essentially, it takes 21 minutes or so to run across the map. And using your scanner, on the eastern side of the map, I was 4.6 kilometers away from the ship. And then on the western side, I was 3.3 or something kilometers away. So your ship isn't exactly in the middle. It's kind of just located central to the tile. And using that, some quick math, it was like 8 kilometers wide. So I estimated it's probably about 64 kilometers squared. Which puts it at bigger than Oblivion, actually. Each landing zone is bigger than Cyrodiil, which is impressive from the procedural generation standpoint. But the fact that it's like Oblivion has 350 locations and a landing zone has 6 to 10, and they're all like a kilometer away from each other. And also, you know, obviously Oblivion is handmade, so things are crafted in a way to direct you down sight lines and down certain paths to go discover things. And that doesn't exist in procedural generation. It's just a bunch of mountains and terrain, and then randomly plonked are a few just route outposts and stuff, just dropped in at random, essentially. So impressive from the procedural generation, but just size for the sake of size, really. Kind of like Daggerfall, essentially. What I don't understand is why, it's probably a technical problem, why they couldn't just let you keep running. Because it does look like the land continues to generate beyond where the invisible barrier they put has been put. But maybe that was just put there because the map starts glitching. You can't actually find your ship anymore. Once you get to the boundary, you have to use the pop-up that says like, oh, do you want to fast travel back to your ship? If you have to use that, because you can't use the actual surface map anymore because it's glitched out. So maybe it was just a technical problem and they were like, ah, fuck it, put an invisible wall in. Hello, I just want the quest you're gonna give me. What do you repair here? Tools. Yeah, you want a super toolkit, right? Anything I could help with? Okay. Did I find one before? I think I found a repair kit, but not a super repair kit. Let me just check my companions. No. Might and Magic 6 still has the best way to get NPCs out of your way, depending on the voice you give the character. He will literally just scream, move, as loud as he can to make NPCs move. That's very realistic on how it feels like when you want to get them out of your way. What you be needing? I be needing the super toolkit that I may or may not have given you. Oh, I guess I didn't even give them a toolkit. Never mind then. I can't remember where that is, so we're probably not going to be completing her quest. Right, this is... Is this the xenophobic guy who won't sell to you? Oh no, I think this guy will sell to you. Oh no, he won't sell to you, because you're not a citizen. He doesn't have a super toolkit either. Can we just bypass? Yeah. Okay, that's kind of... Oh no, actually, this is rare occasion where you can't just bypass the speech and go straight into the barter option. They have actually thought about it. I wonder if that's probably fixed in the unofficial patch. That's not something they normally would have done in default Fallout 2. Can we rob from him? No. Get out my way, Sulik. Tap house. Is there anything in the tavern? Don't think so. What have we got here? God. Citizen. Okay, let's ask the barkeep. I was looking for some information. I know, do not bring up the slavery. They do not like it when you bring that up. No, there's pretty much no use for me here. What's that guy? Oh, he's just a poor slave. Let's go see if we can rob her bedroom. But if you make it too big, you get the MMO issue of a gigantic, empty, meaningless landscape that you will never want to visit again. That's the problem, is that it's basically that anyway. Like, even by limiting it to 64 kilometers, it's already too big. And they're in a conundrum because they want it to feel like you'll never hit the boundary, which unless you try to, you won't. It's not something you'll accidentally stumble across because they purposely stop dropping in, like the random outposts and stuff, for a good 2 to 3 kilometers before you hit the edge of the map. So you won't accidentally reach it. The issue is, it's just too big, and they're in a conundrum where they have to make it big because people expect like unparalleled exploration. I think that's actually one of the terms they use on the back of the box. But by making it that size, it's just everything is too far away from each other. I would have preferred if they were like 18 kilometers squared and all of the randomly generated outposts and stuff were way closer. Not so close that it feels unrealistic, but closer than they are now. At the moment, you'll run in for a good 4 to 5 minutes between like caves and outposts and stuff, and it's just a lot of traveling around, not getting much done. Which is why a lot of people are calling that, like, they want land vehicles, and I totally agree. Like, a land vehicle would help this issue for sure. Whether Bethesda can make that work in the engine, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes as DLC, or if a modder puts it in. Then it would essentially be Mass Effect. But I think that would be preferable to walking around everywhere on the planet. Information center. No books. Electronically formatted books. Third level of the vault. Okay, I think we actually do need to go there to learn about the Gex. I can't remember how we're going to get into the vault, though. I think we have to probably pass a citizenship test, which I don't think we're going to, because I don't think our stats are there. So we have to do some kind of quest for the leader of this place, and she's a bit of a hassle. So we need to be very careful when we're talking to her, and probably save scum a bit. Yeah, I need to become a citizen. We are technically a citizen because we paid that guy to give us the papers, but the papers do not, the guards will sniff you out. It doesn't work out, unfortunately. Servant allocation center, so this is the slave den, essentially. Yeah, it's not worth pissing them off. Basically, just don't bring it up. I think this place probably just exists so that you can, if you wanted to, free the slaves. That's probably the case in No Man's Sky. They say it's the size of the universe, but it's a lie. Several people tried flying away from a star for hours near the speed of light, turn around and it's there. Or like the universe doesn't go on forever. Well, that's expected. In Starfield, the space is a lie and it's not. So you might have seen someone flew for 7 hours. You land out, if you fly to like a planet, so she flew outside of Pluto. It took us 7 hours real time to fly to the surface of Pluto, and you just kind of clip through it because it's a texture. It's just a JPEG essentially. She clipped through it, and then she was inside Pluto, and it would probably take another 15 hours to fly through. So at first we thought space was just a skybox that would have invisible walls. It doesn't. It does go on forever, but there's no reason to fly, say, 60 hours real time to go from Pluto to the next planet over, because you'll still clip through the planet. There's no purpose in doing it. But at least they did do That's what we were saying in the first impressions. Like Elite in the 80s, or it might be in the late 70s, they got endless space working, and yeah, so did Bethesda. Turns out it's not very hard to do endless space, but it seems very hard to like get the landing on the planet going working. That's the most impressive thing about like Elite Dangerous and well the classic Elites and No Man's Sky. And clearly Bethesda couldn't figure out how to get the planets working as an instance in space. Given that engine is pushed to its limits, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I don't think anyone in here can give us the super toolkit. Another Gek in stock. No, no one has the Gek, I know that. Vault Central Computer. Yeah, that's where we need to go to learn about the other vaults. I think... Oh no, we've been in here as well. Yeah, you still won't sell to us. Right, let's try the Correction Center then. Is this where the government are, or are they on the next screen over? No, this is just the prison. We get a quest here. He asks us, I think, to run around, like, the 9 squares around Vault City. Or around, maybe, the NCR. Citizen Sergeant Stark. Servant. I don't even... Who is Joshua? Am I looking for someone? Oh, right, yes. The woman on the outside wants us to save Joshua. Just down the street. Allocation Center. He's in the back of the Allocation Center. I don't think I'm going to be able to free him. Unless I can pay for him. Do here. Rolls. Yeah, so we get a recon quest here. Scout the terrain around Gecko. Okay. I don't think there's any... let's see if we can rob him. Locked. Will he let me unlock it in front of him? He will. Does not seem very bothered by me robbing him blind in front of his face. I did learn that in Starfield it's quite hard to pickpocket at the beginning, and it's because I didn't realize that most skills that you up, well, he doesn't like us stealing from this one, but most skills that you're used to being, you know, available in the Bethesda games for free, like pickpocketing and stealing, not pickpocketing and stealth and all that, those are now hidden behind skill points that you need to unlock before you can do them. So I was wondering why I kept on getting caught stealing, even though I was like hidden with a door closed. And it's because if you just crouch, that's all you're doing, you're crouching. You're not actually in stealth mode. You have to unlock that. It's a great gambit by Todd. So you can make the game feel like it has more features by locking away your current features from your previous games behind skill points. Real progression. Does help, I guess, the RPG stuff. Like, a soldier shouldn't technically be able to be, like, stealthy. So I understand why they've done it. But it's kind of... It's almost, like, too late to put the cat back in the bag now. You've done this in all your games. Like, why are you now taking away the choice from us? A good middle point with an open world, I think, is like Red Dead Redemption, where you'll always have a vehicle available to you, and you will constantly keep getting a faster horse. Yeah, like something to make you faster. Because the only thing you have in Starfield is there's a fitness perk, and the more you run out of oxygen, which is like your stamina bar, the better the fitness perk gets. And essentially, that just means you can sprint further. It's like increasing your fatigue in Skyrim, or your AP in Fallout 4. That's the closest we got, is like you can sprint a bit further, but sprinting isn't massively faster than just running. Or just do what classic Fallout did, where you just have the map screen. That gives the designers a massive advantage in making the individual cities bigger and more unique. Yeah, it's all instanced like in Fallout. Starfield is kind of like that, but it's like every inch on a planet is instanced. And I need to test that, actually. I wonder, I know people have said the tiles aren't lined up, so if you fly one 64-kilometer tile away from a major city, you cannot see the city. At first, when I heard about that, I was like, damn, that sucks. But now, having done this running test, that makes sense because 64 kilometers is very far. It actually would only be about 4 kilometers, 64 kilometers squared. It'd be like 4 kilometers away. But most of the terrain isn't mountainous in a way where you'd ever would have that line of sight to see the city. So they have intelligently managed to hide that issue. But I was wondering, I should test if you take off from where you previously landed and move over just like a millimeter on the map and land again, will it be the same landing location or will it be a brand new generated tile? I think it'll be a brand new tile. I'm just assuming there. It's totally classic Bethesda though to remove and water down features that used to exist in their games decades ago. It totally is. Right, so what I remember, this guy is helpful to us. He is quite nice. This guy does the citizen test, which I don't think we'll pass because we haven't passed the checks. I think we need 7 perception. We'll have the intelligence and the luck, but we don't have the perception. Now, perhaps I can take some mentats, but I don't think I actually have any mentats. I have buff out, but that won't help. That's my inventory. No, I don't think we actually have mentats. I'm not sure where we get some for now. Maybe from Gecko, but I'm not gonna trust my intuition on that one. We don't have any, it's not worth it. Psycho and buff out, those won't help us. Radex. Jet, does Jet do your perception? Or was it just AP? That might be worth testing. Yeah, let's try that. I think Jet might just increase your AP points. One thing I like about Bethesda Game Studios is if I'm strong enough, I can just break a chest open. Oh, right. but about Baldur's Gate 3. I was like, you can do that? I was like, I don't remember that being in Bethesda games. Yeah. You know, that's all the stuff that you expect from quite a few RPGs. I mean, Arena had that. Does Daggerfall have it? Daggerfall might have it as well, where you can just punch open a locked box. And the downside is some of the contents might get destroyed. That's pretty common in RPGs. I think probably lifted straight from D&D. Ah, this isn't the girl. Ah, this is the girl down here. Right. This girl is very easy to annoy.
I never imagined I would meet an inhabitant of another vault. This Vault 13, where is it located? Oh, now I understand. But what proof do you have that your ancestor was from a dirty vault suit and a battered canteen? That is your proof? Who knows where... Very well, let me see. These
Yes, please let us in. We are legit.
Unbelievable. You are a survivor from another vault. Welcome to our city. You must have suffered. Perhaps some mention of your vault is in our computer archives.
Maybe I'll be able to pass the speech check. I don't think I've ever done this before.
We could check the vault computers. They would probably have the information you seek. But only citizens are allowed to act. You may speak with Proconsul Glenn.
No, she's gonna make me become a
He has authority
citizen.
to administer the citizenship test. He can be found in the meeting room down the corridor. Or there is...
Oh, I've never seen this one before. Another way?
Rather than taking the test, you could prove your commitment to the...
Oh, yeah, she wants us to kill everyone in Gecko, right? I'm not killing my boy Harold.
You're in a unique position to resolve a difficult... There's a town, if you could call it that.
Now, she won't deal with me about making a peaceful choice between us and Gecko. So I think that's why you have to go to this guy down here. This guy is going to be the one who can help us do a peaceful resolution. I'm not sure if she still accepts us as a citizen after that, though.
Disable their plant permanently.
Don't want to annoy...
So that they cannot cause any more damage.
It's Harold, man. I can't do that. But it might be the easy way to do it. Sounds easy enough. I'll be back when the situation's resolved. We are technically trying to go fast, right? So we don't care about hurting them. We might have to fight all the ghouls, but I don't think the ghouls are that hard. It's disabling the plant. That's quite hard from what I remember. Right. Vault City. Let's try the citizenship test. I think we're going to fail. Citizenship test. Yep. may take the test. I'd like to... However, it would be a waste of time for both of us. Someone of your caliber is simply not citizen material. Yeah, so we didn't pass the skill checks, I'm pretty sure. Now, maybe luck. Can we get past it for a luck check? I don't think so. Very well, here's the forms. Please be aware to fill in each circle. So I think that's just a... Yeah, we're going to fail, right? Time's up to see a form. Yeah. Yeah, we failed. Intelligence. We failed the intelligence check. Huh. I guess our intelligence is 8, is it? Oh, you need to higher than that. Oh well, so let's reload and not do that. We'll talk to this laddie over here. BG3 does arbitrarily, though, give a bigger toughness rating to chests to prevent you from breaking them. Alright, okay. Which is just brain dead, as you should totally be able to break the lock on them. Yeah, they should totally just be allowed to smash open the lock if you want. There was one chest I couldn't open, so I potted in my inventory. And climbed up a cliff and threw it off. That's pretty smart. Let gravity do the work. The other guy can make you if you work with him. Yeah, this guy, yep. And he even mocks her for saying there's nothing she can do about it. Yeah. You can help me. Pleased to meet you. Okay. Your job here, yeah. Where is Gecko? What is Gecko? Where is Gecko located? I've done that. I think we've done the first citizen tree. You wish to become a citizen? Well, we would be pleased to have you. All you need to do is talk to that. Yeah, it's not gonna work for me, mate. Perhaps I need to bring something from Gecko first. Like a proposition. I know she won't accept it. Yeah, we've done all these trees. Okay, there's nothing he can help us with at the moment. Let's go to Gecko then. I'm just gonna check. Now, I think they fixed this in the unofficial patch, but in the original Fallout 2, you can just run into the vault using combat, like how we skipped past the kids who are pickpocketing us in the, I think, in the den. I'm pretty sure that's been patched out, but let's give it a shot. Hello, boys. Yep. Combat. Run, run, run. No, see, they won't let you do it anymore. That's annoying. You can only get to here. It is cheesing. Like, obviously, that's not how it would work. Can you sneak in, actually? I mean, it wouldn't make sense because they're kind of right there. I'm just wondering if the same... If it's still blocked if you're in sneak. Sneak. Yeah, it's still blocked. That's annoying. You should be able to sneak in. It wouldn't make sense for my character to do it, but you think like a guy with like 200% sneak would be essentially invisible. Ah, well. Vault Town? Yep, we're in Vault City. Trying to get into the vault so we can find out where Vault 13 is. Let's see what we have. Okay, so this girl will sell to us. She won't have a super toolkit. No, just a normal toolkit. Now, we can get rid of some stuff here, though. These books don't work for me anymore, so we might as well sell them. Leather armor Mark 2. Oh, right, that's my armor, right? Yeah, it's because we're wearing my vault suit. Keep the guns. Not really a lot to sell to her. Take all your money, please. Thank you. Just, you know, there's a general store in the car. Yeah, she's just going to be xenophobic to us. I'll shop where I want. How dare you? This guy's probably going to say the same thing, I imagine. Oh, he's got some nice drugs on him. The first aid book. How much is that? 625. Yeah, you know what? I shall take it, good sir. And then I shall sell you some loot from my other guys. Thank you. Right, Zulek, get over here.
What you mean?
Give me all your stuff. Ooh, will they buy beer off me? Maybe not, because we shouldn't have it. I'm going to take some just in case. Fruit. Bar. He uses the SMG. Well, we had a load of guns. Wow. Oh, wow, we've been doing a lot of looting. I didn't realize we had so much. Right. Let's get rid of the laser pistol, but keep the energy cells. I don't know if it's too much weight for me, actually. Can I trade this? No, it's too much. Damn, my guy's weak as hell. Seriously? Let's just keep to the expensive stuff then. Right, I could take that. Free. Wow. I'm very weak. Yeah, that's it for now. Let's sell these and read those skill books. Ooh, that's worth quite a bit. Let's grab some Radex and some Rado. Ooh, okay. We might not be able to get all of those. Let's see. No shot. Yeah, alright. I can get one rat away. Take the money off. I do want... Might as well take money to fill up the rest. Oh. Alright, let's get out of here. Go to this tavern first, see if we can... Was it in the tavern? Or the amenities? It's in the amenities office. Let's see if we can... Go get, I think Jason was his name, was it? Status. Vault City. Joshua. See if we can rescue him. If we can't do it peacefully, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to see if I can just buy him off here. Don't think so. Now they removed the that's my favorite feature for Fallout 1 is you can like type. You can type to ask, like, find topics that aren't necessarily in the dialogue tree. They got rid of that because it was a lot of extra work. And it often, like, most topics weren't actually you could type most things and they'll be like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. So I get why they got rid of it, but it would be nice now if I could ask him about Joshua. Clearly we can't. So I guess the only way we can get Joshua out is... Oh. Was it the amenities office? There's no, yeah, there's no notes in this game. It might have been the tap house. I can't quite remember where he said he worked. Ah, yes, the game where you can have all the money and loot in the game with barter. Yeah, should I spec into barter? Probably not. There's other skills we can get, but yeah, barter is mega powerful in this game. We'll probably just use our gambling skill. Right. So is this Joshua? Probably that's Joshua. Hello. I'm not gonna piss her off. Let's just go talk to him. Are you Joshua? Alright. It's just wasting time. How much time do we have? Got an hour left. Okay. It'll be worth the experience to do this. I hope, anyway. The higher the level, the better. We're quite squishy. Fallout 2, right? Yeah, we're in Fallout 2. Go north, hang a left at the random money python. Monty Python reference. There's loads of like references like that in this game. But some of them are quite dated, but some of them are timeless. Right, yeah, Joshua, where was he? Allocation center. All right. Servant allocation center getting broken. This is where we are, right? Aren't we? Just down the street. I thought we were in the servant allocation center. Oh, this place down here. My bad. All right. Can I get him peacefully? Hello. Yes, I'm looking for Joshua. Joshua, yes, we do have a servant by the name. He was recently transferred from the correction center. You're interested in him, his. I'd like to negotiate for his release. Oh, and I think we could probably lie our way out of here. I suspect he has a contagious disease. So are you aware the servant is thoroughly checked? Are you aware of Jeweler syndrome? Doesn't show up on the most medical signs and his symptoms can lie dormant for weeks. This would probably be a medical skill check, right? Oh no, it might be a speech check. Nice, okay. It's done. Joshua is no longer a servant of Vault City and he's been moved into the courtyard. Very easy. Speech is powerful as ever. Sounds good. 500 XP. Yeah, that was worth it. Cool. I have played a lot of this game. Best random encounters is the diner and bar. Yeah, I like the diner and bars in the NCR are really good for that as well. There's some an encounter with like a mobster, I think, who has a super mutant as a bodyguard. That one I remember. Okay, let's get out of here. Is this Joshua probably? Maybe not. He might just be back with his wife. Oh, we can give Rad away to this guy. Cost me a bomb. I'm not sure how much experience it's gonna be worth. We might save scum it just to see if it's worth doing. Yep, Joshua's back. Thank you again for rescuing my husband. We'll be moving soon. Alright, they don't give me anything. Yeah, that's to be expected. Don't exactly like they look like they have anything to give. Right, let's save. And let's see how much experience we get for wasting about 2 grand's worth of Radaway on this man. $100, yeah, sorry mate. You are not worth the 3 karma points and 100 XP. Maybe when we have more money. Right. Armor on. Guns out. Let's do this. Up to Gecko. The random encounter I mean is the one you meet all the other Chosen One characters wearing Vault suits. I haven't seen that one yet. Hopefully I do. That sounds interesting. I liked, we saw the one last time we streamed where there was another Chosen One who, he's from your village. Or, no, he thinks he should be the Chosen One. He's from your village. He's, like, mega strong. But he wasn't picked because he's not the daughter of the... He's not the granddaughter of the Vault Dweller, essentially. Nepotism and all that. And he has, like, his own crew. And he attacks you, I think, 3 times. And you can't kill him until the 3rd time. We saw that one last time we streamed. Alright, assault rifle out. Let's go. Oh. It said we had to scout... Oh, no, we haven't scouted the areas. Yeah, we need to scout... Make them highlighted. And then we'll get our experience points. When we go back to that sergeant. Ooh, we might not want to get involved in this. The homestead. The homestead looks like it might be worth robbing, bro. Who's fighting? We've got some bandits. And we've got some travelers. Okay, let's help them out. Let's attack the bandits. Or do we just ignore them and make our way? No, let's not do that because I know my companions will get in the fight and they might die. So I need to stand here and help them out. They're dumb like that. 6 AP. Aim shot. 72. 12%. It's not worth it from this distance. Oh, this is the hunting rifle. Oh, that's the assault rifle. Hunting rifle is 12. No. 8 to 20. Range 40. 8 to 16, but it's got a further range. Oh, let's use the assault rifle. Is that better? Oh, we can't. I haven't got enough AP for that. 56%. The game has lied. Wait, we're gonna waste AP doing this. I just want to check. How do you... There's no way to check accuracy, is there? Yeah, well, I would have thought higher range would mean better accuracy. Clearly not. There's no way to find that information, is there? Is it the strength requirement? Minimum strength 5, minimum strength 5? No, it doesn't tell you. I guess you're meant to assume that the hunting rifle would have probably have been more accurate. Ah, well. That was a waste of a turn. Let's just run over some cover. We'll just run out of range. Oh my god. Sulik literally is wasting all of that booze I gave him. I guess he just gets really drunk and then runs in. Makes sense. He's essentially a barbarian. Right. I've got... How much AP do I have? 10. 10 action points. So I can use 4. Get to there. 76. 80. Might try and do an aim shot on this guy. 20% for the eyes. Is that a risk? Maybe a headshot? No, let's just do a normal shot so we can run a little bit closer. Yeah. 84, 84. Yeah. 20? That's not too bad. Oh my god, these these bodyguards with this traveler are going to end up killing him if they keep on accidentally shooting him. And this guy's coming at us. $95. Oh, we can definitely get 4 over here. Yeah, we can shoot this guy in the eyes for sure. Nice. What did I get? Only 10 points, but is he blind? Oh, he's not blind. No, that was a waste. I think unless you're really close to them, it might not be worth doing that. I guess it's a luck roll at the end of the day. I like the nonsensical not Godzilla footstep. Yeah. Totally not Godzilla, because it's copyrighted. Although, by the time this game came out, it could maybe be a Jurassic Park reference. But seeing as the other reference is Doctor Who, less likely. Most likely is Godzilla. Now, hopefully these travelers won't be hostile. We immediately end combat and put our guns away. They should be fine. It's normally when you have your guns out that they don't like you. Ooh. Let's take an aim shot so we don't accidentally hit the girl behind. I'm just going to hit the torso. 12. Can we get a pistol shot off as well? We can. 1 pistol shot. 69%. Oh, this is risky. Ah, it worked out. Okay. Who are you shooting? Is one of them still alive? Okay, that's over. Like, immediately put your gun away. Yeah, and they should be fine with us now, and we can trade with them. Hello. Yes, show me your goods. Some Nuka-Cola, Stim Pack, and some Jet. Don't have any loot to sell you yet, but I will loot the bodies in front of you, and I don't think you should care. Hopefully. It's a quick save just in case. My one gripe with the quick save in this game is that sometimes it works, like you can see now it's quick saving, but you always have to set the save every new instance. So it can be quite slow. It's not a quick save essentially until you set it up every instance. No, they don't. They're fine with us stealing all this stuff. What was that? What did we just find there? From 7.2 and an FN FAL. Now, that must be better than the assault rifle, because it's actually branded. 8 to 16, 45 range, 35 range, but better damage. Is it more accurate? Wish we could see that. Because at the moment, I mean, this must have burst shot, right? Oh, fuck. Sorry, guys. Right, let's not put a gun out next to them. I think this might be fully auto, though. Rifle has been armed. Doesn't say if it's got a burst shot. I might use that instead of the assault rifle. Let's use our hunting for now. Alright. Give me a stim pack. And your gold. Thank you. In place of a gun and some ammo. Or... I'll take your Nuka-Colas as well. And a few jets, I guess. They don't. These drugs don't weigh anything, so. But do they? I don't think so. Yeah, fuck it. Cool. I'm new to the stream. Hi, Lisa. Welcome to the stream. Playing some Fallout 2. We have 45 or 46 minutes until we play the next game. And it's decided by a randomizer wheel. Funny enough, in an apocalyptic setting like Fallout, AKs and revolvers would absolutely dominate. You would absolutely want an easy to maintain and super reliable firearm with plenty of ammo. Yeah, so I remember, I don't know how accurate this is, but I remember seeing a video, it might be an FPS Rutcher actually, where he had an AK and he dunked it in some like muddy water, like in a barrel, dunked it in muddy water, pulled it out, and he could fire it just fine. So it seems like the AK is super reliable for that, and also, like you said, easy to maintain. And I think the parts are apparently very easy to like hand make or hand machine. It was made for the USSR, so I guess they had to be very you could make them from maybe like suboptimal materials and stuff. And then like on the stereotypically, I don't know much, but on the other end of the spectrum, apparently is like the M16, the one used in Vietnam, which apparently would just break all the time. Don't know how accurate that is, but that's what the report said in documentaries and stuff I've seen anyway. Right, let's use our shovel, dig up a grave. Oh, maybe we shouldn't, because is it maybe if we're only seen? I know there's a perk called Grave Robber, and it makes people not like you. I'm just wondering, if no one can see us doing it, will we still get that perk? We've saved, so we should be fine to test it. You lost 5 karma, but did we get the perk? We did not, so we should be fine. I don't necessarily care about my karma. What's in here? That was not worth the 5 karma lost. Let's just reload. Alright, let's get out of here. Hey, just wanted to let you know your channel is amazing and that I want to personally thank you for the work on unearthing Daggerfall and making so many people interested in it. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Baron. I appreciate it. Let's move on to the next screen. Let's just keep running around Gecko. Probably have a few more encounters like that. Should be able to run past them, hopefully.
Chosen.
Oh,
The spirits
dear.
of our ancestors guide me to a world of dreams.
They do. Jump scare. Yeah, my vault's gonna get abducted by the Enclave at some... not my vault, my town's gonna get abducted by the Enclave, but that's expected. I have to kill all these ghouls. See, well, the game is basically telling me that I should kill all the ghouls in Gecko, so why not? And also, this is the difference. This is what feral ghouls are like in Fallout 1 and 2. They are still... They don't have all of their faculties, but they will still use guns. You know, they still have some intelligence, whereas feral ghouls in Fallout 3 are an excuse to pot zombies in the game. Okay, the Effenfal is definitely more accurate than it was. Than the hunting rifle. That was a very dramatic animation for me missing. And it does have a burst. Yeah, okay, let's keep with the Effenfal then. And even if you're in a place like the US where the AK ammo might not be available, simply just convert it to use a different cartridge like 5.56. AKs actually are reliable. If you intentionally try to jam it, it will jam. But an AK made in the 50s will still work today with minimal maintenance. Nice. No more so than any other assault rifle. Soviet tech being rugged is a meme more than anything. Ah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure on that kind of stuff. There's a reason why AKs are the most popular rifle in harsh condition countries, because they will always work. So is it a meme, or is it just like they are rugged, but it's just they're more available? Unlike a lot of Western rifles, which weren't made to function in harsh conditions. I know some Western rifles are terrible. I used an SA-16 or SA-60. Basically, it was the British service rifle. Gotta be 10 years back now. I sat basically we had like a school trip to the army camp, which in hindsight doesn't seem like the greatest idea. They totally were using my school to try and get some free recruits. But yeah, we had like a day to the local army camp, and we got to like shoot the rifles and stuff. And I shot I think it was SA-60. But I remember it's not a well-liked gun because the pistol, like not the pistol, the charging thing, like after you load in, it's a bullpup as well, so you load in the magazine behind where you hold the grip, and then you have to flip the gun to the side, and then on the other side you pull back. I don't know what that thing's called. The pin, I think, the thing you have to pull back to load the first bullet of the magazine. That's on the other side. So you have to like reach over the gun or like reach under the gun to do it. It seemed like really stupid design choice. It's like, did they just assume everyone was left-handed? I have no idea why they did that. Even the I think it was a sergeant or whoever was the drill sergeant. I don't think that's the right term for UK, but whoever was telling us how to like shoot the gun, he even was making jokes saying like everyone hates it. They don't know why that's like the mechanic it uses. Like, even worse, I don't know why the army chose that out of all the guns. Like, I think the UK was using the FNFAL, the FNFAL, like this gun, before that. So why we would switch to what seemed like an inferior rifle, I don't know, but probably corruption or something like that. Seems a standard reason. That gun's also in Black Ops 1. It was called the Enfield in that game. I think probably because they couldn't get the rights to the name. Soviet machinery famously barely functions. Firearms are different. Soviet tanks and airplanes are famously unreliable, but their firearms are actually just that good. Probably simplicity, I'd imagine. Whereas a tank and... going off of like stereotypes, I imagine a tank and an aircraft probably can't be too simplistic. They are popular because they have become widespread since the USSR produced it on a large scale. Then when it fell, the rifle spread even faster. Yeah, it just happens to exist in larger numbers. It's not bad, but its status has been heavily reliable. It is bloated. Oh, yeah, just because it's more common, I'd imagine. You'd be surprised how many Soviet nations didn't use AKs, or they made their own versions that were distinctly different in their function. To quote Tol Howard, it just works. I know, like, yeah, a lot of countries, like the South American countries, that they might not still use it, but for a while we're using variants of AKs. Like, they would all use the AK as a base to build, like, their modifications on top of. The more complicated something is, the more difficult it is to make and maintain. Yeah. Certainly on a mass-produced scale. Especially with a workforce that might not be the best motivated. Not sure if it's your speed, but do you play Eurojank games from developers like Piranha Bytes and Spiders? I've heard of Piranha Bytes. I'm not sure where I would have heard that from. Currently playing Spider-Man's Warlogs and having so much fun despite just playing BG3. I've heard of Piranha Bytes, but no, I haven't played many or any Eurojank games. What would be an example? Would it be, I know Warlocracy did a video on that game where you're essentially role-playing as a Cuban dictator. Or like a Cuban insurgent. You get the higher mercenaries to take over the island. I've played the first one of that. I'm not sure if that counts as Eurojank. I'm not sure where that game was made. Like, would you count The Witcher 1? I probably would. I think that's kind of almost there. Similarly with like Metro 2033. Those are like they're like double A games that soon became AAA franchises. But certainly the firsts in both of those franchises are not as quite as polished as the other ones. Oh, probably put my pistol in my second hand. Nice. Gothic and Risen. Yes, I played Gothic. I played Gothic 1 and 2, so I guess that would count. And the Risen series, yep. Gothic and Risen are the definition of jank. I found the jank in the first one endearing, because it had that same appeal that I liked about Morrowind, which was like, it feels like it's trying to do way more than it's clearly capable of, but it manages to get it done, kind of like bodging it into the engine. It's very endearing in that regard, but yeah, certainly janky. Elex 2 is the latest Piranha Bytes game. Oh, is Piranha Bytes the guys who... Oh, they're the guys who made Gothic and Risen. That's why I would know them. Yes. Yeah, totally like... I like that developer. Elex 2 is the latest Piranha Bytes game, and Greedfall is the most recent Spiders game. You think... Greedfall, I remember had some... Not like backlash. I think it was maybe over-marketed for what it was. I remember a lot of people expected it to be AAA, and then, like... It's not. I don't know, like, maybe the publisher... advertised it too heavily. It's kind of what happened to the Two Worlds games. I don't think those are Eurojank either, but they're definitely they are okay games that got a lot of shit because they were way over marketed for what they were. I think some of the marketings called it like an Oblivion killer, which is laughable. Like they're good, but let's not go that far. Man, feral ghouls would be so much scarier if they used used guns like these guys. Because I imagine them having the like very similar animation sets to what they have in like Fallout 4, where they are essentially just proto zombies, but then just give them pistols, so while they're flailing their arms randomly, they can just like start shooting you. It would make them a lot more difficult. Greedfall is seen as the next BioWare-esque game. Not sure if it's on part of the developer or the fans seeing the trailers. Yeah, that was definitely not what the game was going to be. Yeah, I'm not sure who's to blame for that, but that's not the perception they should have had for sure. Well, we're in this little random encounter spot. Let's read our books. We should be safe to do that, I think. Read our first aid books. Julio. And then we might as well rest until we're full health rather than use a stim pack. Why not? Still healed. I forgot how slow it takes in this game. God, it's going to take days. Fortunately, there's no time limit in this game. There is, it's like 50 years. So I think it's like, it's there. I think maybe an engine limitation again. Probably the integer overflow number. It's not like the first game where well, that's what this challenge is based on. It's not like the first game where we only have a certain amount of days to do it. That's why this challenge, we only have 180 hours based off that. Alright, that quest is done. Let's go speak to Harold. Not sure if we're going to be doing the peaceful option. Or the not so peaceful option. Is this Harold's house? I thought it was this one, but I must be misremembering, because I'm pretty sure he's got a unique sprite. Yeah, it's not these guys. Save. Gecko. Spiders are certainly great at creating worlds and scenarios we don't see often. Yeah, I've always liked the I feel that's one thing. Even though, despite how janky some Eurojanks games have been, based on like what I've seen of Greedfall and what I've played in Gothic, they always get the world design spot on. That can almost, not all the time, but can almost carry some games, even if they are technically like a technical mess. That can really help. It's one of the things I'll be mentioning in the Starfield retrospective I'm working on, is that despite being quite average in a lot of areas, Starfield does still have very good atmosphere. Not necessarily the world design, but very good atmosphere. It's Enon Zer's best soundtrack by far. Big fan of it. And the sound design in that game is also the best sound design we've seen in a Bethesda game. Doesn't save the game, but it helps make those more boring moments of like walking on the planet. It sells like the, you know, space is lonely kind of feel. It definitely sells that. And it almost makes the run in between the locations, even though it's like 2 kilometers between them, it makes that bearable. Which is, I guess, was the job. That was what he was tasked to do. It's like, hey, Enon, we've got a boring game, but if you can do some stellar music, people might not think it's boring initially. Whoa, this guy is very ugly. I am Woos. What do you want? Woos, Woos. Tell me about this place. Just a bunch of ghouls clinging tenaciously to the shit end of life. No, I meant about the bar. Hops, named after the favorite hangout that I used to have before the war. I wonder if we get any XP for listening to this guy's story. I don't think we get anything for listening to these stories, but it seems interesting if I was reading them. Oh, if we make him feel like he's very smart compared to us, will that make him like us? Guess not. I want to trade. Oh, this is the Magic the Gathering meme. They're called Tragic the something else in this game, but yeah, Tragic cards. And these are all like the original cards from that era. It's got some booze. I shall give you some Nuka-Colas. I need to keep 1 or 2. I think there's a guy who's addicted to them. I might be thinking of Fallout 1, though. Oh, that is Fallout 1, I think. So, yeah. Take all my Nuka-Colas. I don't think I need them. Take my 10 mil. Don't need that. Ah, you're not that rich, are you? God damn. That was worth a lot. Let's use him as a way to get rid of some of that junk. Right, where's Harold? Who I want to talk to. In here, maybe? Manager's office, that would make sense. That's just the charm of AA games, being able to take risks on settings and stories that won't necessarily be the biggest appeal and make a lot of profit. I'm just happy to see with Elex 2 and Greedfall that both Spiders and Piranha Bytes have become much more popular in general. Yeah, that's the best thing about those kind of games, as you said. They can... yes, there's nothing else to add, really. It's exactly what you said. They can take risks in areas where AAA games won't want to. Or at least the publishers won't want to, because they want guaranteed profit because they have so many employees. I think this one's Harold here. Oh no, this isn't Harold, this is Lenny. How's Lenny so smooth? What do you do here? Help Harold. Administer the town. Can you provide healing? No, I don't need any healing. But you're the town doctor, I guess. Have you heard of a Gek? Oh, apparently this guy was in Necropolis. Wonder which... I think this is probably going to be one of those cases where if you're nice to them, you get some experience points. Oh, maybe not. This is Harold. Yo, what's up, bro?
Harold. I help keep this town running. Well, sorta. Oh yeah. Who'd have thought I'd be?
It's a thingy.
Technically, it's a thingy.
How dare you swear, Harold? Very naughty of you. Sounds bad. In Vault City.
Well, they'd only help us if they thought it was in their own best interest to do so. They shoot ghouls on sight. Makes conversation a bit tricky. We need a hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator, and it needs to take dirt naps. Vault City doesn't play nice. They'll just... What you need, youngster? Jealous? His name... What you need, young... Garden of Eden create... What you need, youngster?
Well, I
sorta.
missed some options in that dialogue tree.
Who'd have thought? We need a hydroelectric. We get our fuel
Fuel from Broken Heels. Yeah, that's what I wanted.
That's a mining community some ways south.
Alright, so if I remember correctly, that's what the information we can use to go back to that guy. Solve the Gecko power plant problem. Oh, I wonder if there's a guy with a super toolkit here.
What you need, youngster?
Well,
you might try talking to Wooz.
that's just Wooz, is it?
You can't miss it. What you need, youngster?
Well, Wooz is Lucius slow. Let's not go back there. See if we can robble Harold here. Ooh. We certainly can. I think we actually need this form for some sort of quest inside the power plant itself. When you build up your studio on controversy, then stop doing so. You shouldn't really be surprised when your core fans leave. Oh, what are we talking about? Saints Row. Controversy sells. Lol, look what happened to the Saints Row reboot. Yeah, I mean, the Saints Row's reboot was so bad that the studio was shut down. I think you'll just quote, well, it's not that. They used to make good games, then started making bad ones. And Starfield started, sorry, to shit on their own fans, so no wonder they deservedly dead now. Were any of the original guys even at that studio by that point? I thought it was just a case of it was like a studio only in name, essentially. And the reason they failed is just because they didn't have anyone from the original guys there. It's like why GTA 6 might do poorly. Because barely any of the original, I don't think any of the original GTA guys are even there anymore. Hello. Saying that, GTA 6 will probably still be competent enough, like, technically, and from the world design and possibly game design point. I know people are saying, oh, the story might not be very good because they've lost, like, a lot of the original writers. But I never found GTA stories, like, that thrilling. They were, like, interesting. But as long as there's not something hard to emulate, is what I think. Hello there, Percy Crump here, master merchant in this locality. Ah, yes. You're the master merchant. Please, do you have a super toolkit? You do not. You have lied to me. Okay, what have we got to sell? 14mm pistol, 7.62. Is that what I need for the FAL? I think it is what I need for the FAL. Yeah, let's take some of those then, because I need them anyway. Let's take one stimmy. Nope, can't afford it. Let's take some gold then. Oh, he's got some right away. That's good to know, actually. Wondering what's going on in town. Not a whole lot. I hear ruse. Rocked up a newbie at the Yeah, I know what a den is. Oh yeah, so this is the quest we were talking about the other day when we were in the den. There is a mummy exhibition in the den that some grifters are like selling you to go see, and it's essentially it's a ghoul in a coffin, and he just likes to sleep for a really long time. So he's asking us to go find him. And he'll give us a heck of a lot of money. We might do that if we have time. I think we might be heading that way anyway, when we have to go find where Marcus is. Well, when we get, especially when we get the car, we can go back there, no issue. We have to go back there for the car right, anyway. And the car makes traveling on the world map so much easier. The worlds of Rockstar games have always been amazing. Stories, personality, stories personally less so. Yeah, as much as I liked RDR1 and 2, there's just something about them I didn't enjoy, like others did. That's actually where I'm different on that. I love the stories of RDR1 and 2, but it's the stories of GTA certainly have never like done it for me. They're just like missions is the best way to describe those. I don't feel like I'm going for a story. I just feel like I'm ticking off things on the map that are somewhat interconnected. But for me, in RDR2, I definitely felt that connection to the story. That to the point where I actually rushed through the story rather than doing the side objectives every chapter, which is what I would normally do in GTA. But I agree with you that the worlds are their best features. And I think that's the thing, like, GTA 6 will still have a great world. I think the new team will be able to do that just fine. And a lot of like the world designs and stuff I'm pretty sure worked on GTA 5, so and RDR2. They've got nothing to worry about in that regard. Got an old garage here. Ooh, I wonder if one of these cars has the engine part we need. That's what we're looking for. You're not a ghoul. What are you doing here? Hello there, since you only invited yourself in, what can I do for you? I have some questions for you. What do you want to know? What's all the junk in the yard? Well, some of the junk is left over from when they were building the reactor before the war. Skeeter collects all kind of stuff. Well, Skeeter's sort of a mechanic. Takes apart most anything. Skeeter might be where we can get a piece of the car then. Can I find Skeeter? In his workshop south of the unfinished reactor. Oh, there's the unfinished reactor up here. You do here? I guard the Brahmin that helps Skeeter in his workshop. Okay. Thanks, Lumpy. How do we get into this building? There's a door. Oh, here. I hate when they do this. It's like they put the door, like, not visible. Hello there, I'm Skeeter. I sort of put things together here. Hi, Skeeter. Do you have a battery for a car? Well, you should ask. You see, cars use replaceable fuel cells or batteries for fuel, which usually broke down was the fuel cell controller. Most amateur mechanics. Yeah. Do you know where one is? So that you have one of those? Sure do. Got it right here. Just waiting for a car to put it into. You got a car? Know where one is? What's going to cost me to get that fuel cell converter? Well, money's nice, but I need something else right now. Something I can't get for myself. What do you need? Good tools. Oh, he also needs a super toolkit. Yeah, where can I get one? Down in Vault City? I don't think so. We've just asked around there. Sure as heck won't give them to a ghoul now, anyhow. Ah. So we need 2 super cool toolkits. I could do that. Killing them's always an option. If this gets to get too tiresome, or it's taking too long, we can just kill everyone and shut down the reactor and be done with it. That might be the smartest way to do it, actually, or the fastest way to do it. Can put a speed loader on our Magnum. Yeah, please do. Thank you. 5,000. Oh wait, you can put a scope on our hunting rifle for 2,345, or we can put a low light scope on the FN FAL. 5,000 though. We don't have that kind of money. Yeah, put a scope on the hunting rifle. Thanks. Thanks, Skeeter. You can't barter with me. Okay. Well, so I guess we're back to the hunting rifle now. And our speed loader Magnum. Nice, thanks, Skeeter. Helpful. You've got a lot of stuff here, bro, so I'm just gonna rob you blind. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure I can't just shoot you and take the fuel cell because everyone else will know I've done it. No real stealth kills in this game don't go exactly stealthy, unfortunately. People will find out. Why is Lumpy here? Following me around. Man, he has nothing with the steel. Well, some tools. That's alright, I guess. We can probably get something like a super toolkit from the Enclave, I imagine. If we go to the military base, maybe. Sound like the kind of people who would have some. Hi, welcome to the stream, Timo. Good to see you. I definitely like RDR2 more than RDR1, especially Arthur. I only played once when it came out. But every time I go to replay it, I remember how goddamn long the prologue was and just don't. Plus the survival life features and the loading were very annoying. Yeah, I will say that. It's not a game I have ever replayed. And I always feel satisfied that I don't need to. Like, it was such a great experience. I don't want to go back and do it. And as, like you said, I've done it once. And again, I think I finished the prologue and then I was just kind of burned out with it. It does take forever to get through that bit. That's what I think Starfield's issue is going to be on replays. The opening section takes a long time. Like, I've done a second character to see how fast I can get through it. It still takes about 45 minutes, trying as fast as I can to get through it. Which, that's not good. That's a long time. Oh, a dog. It's very reminiscent of like Oblivion and Fallout 3, but the difference is at the end of those openings they gave you the option to create to change your character. So all you had to do was put a save there and then you can replay from that point every time forward. Starfield doesn't have that. There never comes a point after initially making your character where they say, oh, do you want to change your character? It just doesn't happen. So you have to go for the intro. And that means you have to go. It's like you have to do the mines, Vectera, Crete, New Atlantis. And I think after you've done the logic New Atlantis, it kind of opens up. It's not fully open, but it's pretty much open from that point on. It takes about 45 minutes. Starfield already has a skip intro mod. Yeah, not surprised. I'm guessing it skips the cave at the very least. Prefer Morwin's get the fuck out there approach. Yeah, Morwin was much faster. It would have to skip a lot more for the cave for me to consider it like skipping the intro, because the cave only takes 5 minutes. That's not an issue. Like the cave to making your character, it's not even like, yeah, it's not an issue. But it's when it's the next bits you can't freely jump to like cut, grab jump to where you want. You have to go through this planet called Crete, or it's a moon called Crete, to go kill some guy, and then you have to go to New Atlantis to meet the main quest people. Only after that are you free to go do what you want. So these guys are in a cult, and they worship a mole rat, if I remember correctly. And I can't remember if there was a reason to go this. I know if you talk to the mole rat, you get something. What was the reason for you guys? They give me like a necklace, I think. We're a part of their cult. Apologies if you've already talked about this, but before I was on, but what is the general consensus on Starfield? I'm waiting for reviews from people whose opinions I respect before I play it. It is, unironically, IGN's review actually pretty good. For once. This is the one time IGN did a good review. It's a 7 out of 10. That's probably what I'd give it. Personally, because this is how I value games, I wouldn't pay full price for this game at the moment. I would wait until it's around £40 to £30. That's what I think it's worth, but other people have different values attributed to games. But for me anyway, that's what I think it's worth. It's a 7 out of 10. It's good. It's good. It's got some good points. I won't spoil anything because I'm writing a retrospective at the moment for the video that'll kind of go into it a bit more in depth. And I don't want to say stuff here that I might either contradict later, or I'll say it here really dumb compared to how I'll say it actually after I spend time able to write it and make it sound more intelligent, essentially. But yeah, I would just say it's good. It's a 7. Yeah, I wouldn't pay full price for it, personally. You'll get a good 50 hours playthrough out of it. It depends what you like, really. If you like Bethesda games, and especially if you like Skyrim, I know a lot of people necessarily don't like Skyrim, and especially if you like Fallout 4, I think you'll like Starfield, sorry. You'll definitely like Starfield. If Fallout 4 and Skyrim didn't do it for you, you will not like Starfield. There's nothing in Starfield that corrects the issues people might have in those two games. Hey, how dare you? I wish to renew. Thank you. Hello, mole rat. Starfield does have bullet count reload, though. I don't quite know what that means, but it does let you reload whenever you want, if that's what it means. But I think that was in Fallout, right? I bought it cheaper off another site, so unfortunately I can't refund it. And I regret buying Starfield. I can't run it above 40 FPS. Oh yes, it does run terribly. I have to run it at 30 as well. Yeah, it's not optimized. I should mention that. It's a 7 out of 10. Good game. Not optimized at all. I don't know if that'll come in a patch or NVIDIA drivers or what. It runs really poorly. I've locked it at 30. If you're used to PC games running at 60 and you haven't got like a 30, 80 and above, yeah, maybe wait until they fix that. There are some mods that make it a little bit better. Shame because I played it as a... You played it as a Bethesda game? Alright, so I wasn't really disappointed, but ship performance killed it for me, yeah. I'll probably wait until like the Steam Summer Sale 2024 for that one. I think that's probably for the best. That's what I would do if I wasn't making videos on it. 4 still doesn't have it for the lever action. Oh, right. Yes. It does have... Yeah, they've solved that issue. Absolutely shite optimization, yeah. Would benefit the Vault City and Gecko citizens. You may not care for me or my motives, but the results are still worth working towards. You must get the hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator from Vault City. in order to repair the Gecko reactor. If you don't, then Vault City will no doubt attack Gecko. Of course, by destroying the reactor, they will doom themselves in the long run. Oh, right, okay. In order to survive, both Gecko and Vault City will need to cooperate. People are easily manipulated through self-interest. They'll give you the hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator if you can prove that doing so benefits Vault City. I prepared an economic report that details just how much repairing our power plant benefits Vault City. I'll let our comrades here in Gecko know of your mission. Thank you, Molrat. You truly are great. That's great, but who in Vault City would even think of reading such a thing? I love how there's literally like an in-game game guide and it's a bloody mole rat just telling you what to do in case people got stuck on this mission. Well, I guess it's worth a shot. Where do I get the disc? You need to go to up above to the junkyard. Look for a ghoul named Gordon. He has the economic data disc that you need. You'll have my talisman, so he'll know to give you the disc. What talisman? The Ankh is a symbol of life. Once I've given you the talisman, you'll be one of us, and your comrades will be more likely to help you along the path towards renewal. But be careful who you show it to. Okay, I'll take the Ankh. Now you are one of us. Soon I will take over the world, and all of you will be renewed. But right now, do you have something else to do? I better get to the atomic power plant thing. Yep, thank you. Chosen one. I'd rather play a PowerPoint. I have a PC, so I don't play 30 FPS, lol. Yeah, no, I get that. Totally understand. I guess because I used to play more like... I didn't have a good PC for a long time, essentially. So I played games like Morrowind and Oblivion. And well, maybe not Skyrim, because I probably played that on PlayStation 3. But I played those locked at 30. I had to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, because I didn't have a good PC at that time either. I played that locked at 24 FPS, the true cinematic experience. And it's the kind of thing where if you don't know any better, it's okay. It's not even okay. It's just, I didn't die. I got through it. But now, yes, when I can play 60 FPS, I much prefer so, obviously. But going back to 30 isn't too terrible for me. Yeah, this is lumpy. I want Gordon. I don't think I've met here. I haven't played a AAA game in years because of the bad PC optimization. I guess this is why I still play New Vegas so much. Yeah. That's most modern PC games now are just made for like the newest, the top 3-tier cards and nothing else, essentially. It's a shame. But it seems to be the way they do it. If you haven't got a 40, 60 and above, don't play our games. It seems to be the approach for most PC companies nowadays. Not all of them, but most. Oh, is this the guy I need? I see you have the symbol. Are you here for the information? Of course, I wear the symbol proudly, and I need the information right away. Here it is, and don't let the wrong person know that you have it. Give it only to Councilman McClure in Vault City. Yes, of course. Renew, brother. Alright, so I guess this is the peaceful way of doing this quest line. How time do we have left? 2 minutes, wow. Oh yeah, the deck of this is a tragic card that you can get. The Magic the Gathering knockoffs. Some cheesy poofs. Right, let's get back to Vault City. Probably won't make it back in this episode. Do you watch Tim Kane's new channel? I do. Very interesting stuff. Really good, like, behind the scenes into the game development, into the world of game development. I'm looking forward to if he ever starts speaking more about Outer Worlds. I'd be very interested in knowing, like, what that was like. He's talked about it a little bit, like the Unreal Engine and that kind of stuff, but he doesn't go into it too in-depth. Keep making awesome videos. Thank you, Timur, for the €5. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. And I will do. We've got a little quick video coming out this weekend, which is a follow-up of my Starfield predictions to see how right or wrong I was. Turns out I was pretty right because my predictions were realistic, I guess. I knew it was Bethesda, and I made the predictions that it would have all the issues Bethesda games would have, and yeah, fortunately, I was right. And then after that, sometime in later this month or the start of next month will be the first episode of the Starfield retrospective, which I think will be about 4 episodes of an hour plus each, more or less, something like that. And then there'll be a full long video, like with what we did with Daggerfall, and that's where me and Evan Prince working together on that one. Should be pretty good. We've got similar viewpoints on the game, but some conflicting opinions, so that should help some like discussion in the video. And yeah, I'm just going to be doing like I did with the Daggerfall one, looking at the good parts, looking at the bad parts, trying to be as objective as possible. Way more objective probably than the Daggerfall video. I wasn't very objective in that one. Okay. I think we have a day pass. Oh, we need to get rid of our drugs. Yeah, give these away. I'm not sure if radiation medicine counts. I guess we can test that now. I know recreational drugs do. Which actually we're not carrying anyway. Okay, we're not carrying any of those. So let's test. Do medications count as drugs to these guys? Where's Vault City? Yeah. Hello. I have a pass. Yep, you have a day pass. Oh, right, you see, I have a day pass, but it's not day. Yes, okay. Oh, we're out of time. Alright, well, we have to wait till daytime next time. Alright. That was I was going to say pretty good progress, but not really. We're still in Vault City. We made some progress. Not as much as I would have wanted, but this is the part of the game where I don't know as much about this part of the game as I did the other parts, so we are going a bit slower, which is why we're speeding through the other games to try and let me spend more time on things like Fallout 2 and Fallout Tactics, where I don't really know what I'm doing. Right. Onwards to the next game. But before we do that, I am going to take a quick break. So you can all guess what you think the next game is going to be. Be right back. Right. Let's go. Adjust these hours. 5.5. And on to the next game. Let's see. What's the predictions? Fallout Tactics? AO break? Yep, just got back. You need to make the video about all the lies of Todd Howard. That is going to be one of the episodes, is about the marketing and how how many half-truths there were and some lies. Pete Hines lied a lot. I'm not sure if he knew if he was lying or not. He might have just not known a lot about the background of the game, or the back end of the game, but Todd was doing a lot of half-truths. It is Fallout 4. Wow. I was hoping for Fallout 3 out of these two. But Fallout 4 is fine because we're getting through this game really fast. It seems like the best built for speedruns. Or it's just that Bethesda make games that are very easy to speed through. Okay. For this one, I need to open up Mod Organizer. I do have some mods running to try and, you know, fix the bugs and stuff. Unofficial Fallout 4 patch and that kind of stuff. So close, yep, so close to Fallout 3. Speaking of games that aren't well optimized, that basically explains Fallout 4 on my PC as well. I can't hit 60 without running it at... So I think I might be running it at 900p, you know? 900p with, like, high settings. Also a game that isn't very well optimized, at least for my 1080. No, I was going to check, but you can't even do that. At least in Starfield, you actually can change your settings on the fly. Which is rare. Go away, Reshade. Right. Oh yeah, we're in the memory den. Oh, we're about to do the Kellogg cutscene, isn't it? That's, yeah. Fun. Right. Let Nick explain.
It's all yours, Nick.
We need a memory dig, Amari, but it's not going to be easy. The perp.
Look at this. I can move in conversations. Whoa. Is this modern technology that Starfield doesn't have access to?
You don't realize that the memory simulators require
I didn't remember like how much I missed this. Being able to move. Please help us.
Nick told me you're the
Yes, I
only
can
one
move
who
into
can make
third
this work.
person.
This dead brain had inside
Whoa.
knowledge of the Institute, Amari. The biggest scientific secret of the Commonwealth. You need
Look at the companions.
So do we.
They actually talk to the NPCs. In Starfield, the companions talk to you like you're like a message relay. They talk to you, and then the NPC talks to you. And the camera just cuts awkwardly. It doesn't feel like a real conversation.
Here's what I could find.
What's this? This isn't a brain.
Ew.
This is... Wait.
What is that?
That's the
It's like
hippocampus.
a hearing aid.
And this thing attached to it? A neural interface?
Those circuits look awfully familiar.
I'm not surprised. From what
Oh my
I've
god,
seen,
remarkable
all
outstanding
these
quest by
technologies
Preston
are
Garvey. Look at the writing quality. Actually, I think the writing is on par with Starfield. Yeah, skip science, come on.
Doc.
We plugged the brain implant into Mr. Valentine, assuming he's willing to take on the risks.
Hell, why not? Plenty of room in my head anyway.
Hello? Okay. maybe because of these bugs, this is why they had to do what they were doing. Like, that was a weird pause.
Thank me when we found your son. All right, let's do this.
You would have thought by locking you into the conversations in Starfield it would help. Look at that. He started talking the exact same second she stopped, so it felt like a conversation. In Starfield, someone will talk, you get 2 seconds of silence, camera cut, then the companion talks, then camera cut, then they talk. It's very jolted. This feels so much more natural, which I never thought I'd say about Fallout 4.
That's what I was
Look, they talk bang, bang, bang straight after each other. It feels like it has a flow.
appears the Institute has one last failsafe.
You don't get that in
There's a
Starfield.
lock on the memories in the implant.
Way to break
Tell
it.
me you have a way past this, Doctor.
Let me think. The encryption is too strong for a single mind.
What the fuck? This new feature of conversations with more than one person is just a sequel to Starfield? This is Starfield 2 Post-Apocalyptic Edition. They finally designed Earth. They were too lazy to do it in Starfield 1. They just put like 2 monuments on the whole planet. Okay, let's do it.
All right, let's get started.
Just sit down over there and keep your fingers crossed.
Will do.
See you on the other side.
So Fallout 4 in space, but worse. Worse in some regards, better than in others. Better gunplay. Better movement controls. They're much slicker. Like I've always complained about the movement controls in Fallout 4. Like I hate when you sprint in this game. It feels like it takes control away from you because it makes it so that you can't sidestep as fast. Which I think it feels better on controller. It feels like you're going faster. It has like a more inertia to it. But on PC it feels terrible, at least to me. In Starfield you don't get that. Even when you're sprinting, it feels like you have full control. I much prefer the way it controls. The boost pack is really cool in Starfield, especially in the combat.
Ah, good.
But yeah, conversations,
Simulation
downgrade.
appears to be working, although the memories
The writing is the same, but it's the way they're handled.
I'll try to step you through the intact memories and hope we find one that gives us some clue to the Institute's location.
Where are we going? Oh, over here.
This is the earliest intact memory I can find.
Almost every video and screenshot I've seen of Starfield looks glitched because the lighting is all over the place and completely broken. I don't feel that in-game. I've not noticed anything
This
anyway.
may prove disorienting at first.
I don't like the lighting filters that they used. Like every it's like they put a Fallout 3 filter for every like interior you go to. It's got a different, like, this one's a grey filter, this one's a yellow filter, this one's a blue filter. So one of the first mods that came out on the Nexus was a filter. It was a mod that removes all the filters.
What we're looking
Maybe at some point in his life he wasn't a complete asshole.
There appears to be another intact memory close to you in temporal sequence. There.
Not sure if the game's just broken or the devs not knowing what lighting is. There was on Twitter, one of the guys who designed the lighting did a post, and lots of people were praising him for the lighting and saying it was the filters that made it worse or something like that. I'm not sure. I've not seen that personally anyway. I'll have to look a bit closer when I'm playing it later. But to me it feels fine. Comparable lighting to Fallout 4. Tintin in 2023. Yeah, they put filters and everything, yeah. Tintin has never been acceptable in any regard. Yeah, they love their filters. Can I go to the next spot? Oh, I have to go up there. Do I? Am I going the right way? No, this seems to be the right way. We came... Oh, no, are we going up? Oh, sorry, we did go the wrong way. We're going up. It might be related to the fact they're using a janky 20-year-old engine. Oh, maybe. Yep, might have something to do with that. Maybe the devs just don't go outside. That's possible as well. Best to set the bar really low with Oblivion conversations. Yeah, which is what they've returned to in Starfield for some reason. The really zoomed in, locked in look.
And now with the baby?
Come on, Sarah.
I was so pleasantly surprised in Skyrim when you had the option to just walk away in the conversation. That felt really good. And then they improved it again in Fallout 4. But having like more freedom of movement and the conversation doesn't just cut off. But for whatever reason, they completely got rid of all that in Starfield.
They seem kind of green.
I know. But that's where I come in. Just wait. In a few years, I'll be running my own crew. As soon as I make the connections I need.
Deus Ex Human Revolution. You mean the piss filter? The biggest example of how not to do lighting. Yeah.
I never worried.
Let's keep looking. I'll connect you to the next intact memory.
All the same time with colored fog. Oh yeah, I didn't think that. Is there even a day-night cycle in that game? Yeah, I never noticed one actually. It's just yellow all the time, isn't it?
Gonna end, Kellogg.
You thought you could just fuck with us, and we wouldn't fuck with you? Just so you know,
Starfield 76, 16 times the world space and half the conversations. Yep.
and you
I found
weren't
another
there
memory to try.
to help them.
I'll connect you.
It is definitely 16 times the world space. Well, it's probably 100,000 times the world space if you actually were to calculate them all. 64 kilometers squared times 1,000 planets, and there's probably 100 tiles, maybe more. I don't even know how many landing zone tiles there are on a planet. It could be an endless amount. So, yeah. 1 million times
If you pay
the world space.
Oh, we'll pay you.
Well, we seem to be getting closer. Try this next one.
I can't even maintain 60 in this. Oh, no, I am. If I'm getting any drops, it must be because I'm streaming. Because as you can see, like, my GPU is barely working. 32%.
So, you're with the Institute. I wanted to see for myself if you really existed.
We're getting warmer. One of these has got to tell us something. We're running out of brain here.
Did you get a chance to look at the full Fallout TTRPG stuff? Yeah, I looked through it a little bit. I haven't got a chance to, like, really look at it super in-depth. Is this a glitch? This meant to be happening.
Vault computers are still working.
Like the walls not being here. But yeah, I managed to look at it a little bit. I've got it all saved on my PC to look at like at a later date. But it looks really interesting. Thank you for linking me to all that stuff. Just if Starfield didn't come out, I'd have more time to start working on the Fallout video between Starfield and Diablo for Halloween. Got no time for this other than the streaming we're doing on Thursdays.
This is the one.
No, I think the walls aren't meant to be here, probably.
I found another intact memory. Whenever you're
Role having game. That's the best description of it. It's not role playing. You have a role, and is it ever used? Maybe, sometimes, rarely.
This appears to be a very recent memory. So, good news, I think.
This whole setup wasn't my idea to settle down with the kid in the middle of Diamond City. I thought it was a terrible idea, actually.
Where to next? On the door opened. Ah.
It's okay. One of these days you're gonna get your head blown.
Gonna be reading the books for the Fallout retrospective. I didn't know there were Fallout books. Unless you mean the TTRPG books. Then yes, I will be reading those. And I'm gonna be reading GURPS as well. Like trying to get a grasp of the GURPS system to see how much it actually influences Fallout 1. Based on what Tim says, quite a lot, other than like stuff they had to rebrand for the legal issues. The RPG books. Yeah, I will be, yeah. I'm not sure if I'll cover them in the video, but I'll certainly do it as like read them as part of my research.
Wow. Some heads are gonna roll for this. Capture and return, or just elimination?
Elimination. He was working on a highly classified program.
No kidding. One of the top bioscience boys? Damn. So,
Let me go.
I guess you're taking the kid back with you.
Affirmative. Your only mission is to locate and eliminate Virgil.
You're taking me home to my father?
Yes. Stand next to me and hold still.
Okay.
What? Totally not glitchy. I could rant about the bad Fallout 2D20 RPG for 2 hours. Wow. Well, you're not really versed in TTRPGs. No, I'm not. So I was assuming you were going to talk about them for like 10 minutes. Yeah, pretty much. I probably won't talk about them too much. If anything, I'll probably might compare it to GURPS. If that's relevant to do so, I don't know yet. I haven't read them both. But no, it'll probably just be more from a standpoint of like, oh, they exist. That kind of stuff, you know. And for those who are interested in them. I won't be the best person to like really analyze them. Because like, as you said, I'm not very well versed on the actual tabletop gaming scene. I remember this scene freezing for me so often the first couple of months since 4 dropped. Well, at least they made it so it doesn't do that. It's still glitchy as hell, but it works to some degree.
How do you feel?
Fine.
I'm okay, Doctor. Thank you.
That's good. But I want you to keep monitoring yourself. We have to be sure there's no long-term damage. Are you ready to talk about what happened in there?
I'm only doing this because the quest says I have to.
I saw Kellogg's life. The man who ruined my family. The man I killed.
That's right. He was a human being just like the rest of us. And
Really? He's now gonna be like, oh no, I killed a human. It's like, we just killed hundreds of guys to get here. Seriously? I don't know, I don't care.
I'm not sure, Doctor.
I don't know if there's
Don't make this the time when Nick was like, oh no, that person, that was a named NPC, so I care about him. He's not Raider 127. They don't matter.
The only question is, what do we do now?
That scientist Kellogg was supposed to track down. Virgil. We need to find him.
You're right. A rogue Institute scientist could answer all kinds of questions. Where did the memory say he was?
Oh, and this is the bad writing bit, right? Where Kellogg's like, oh, I need to go find the old man. And they think, oh, the old man must be Virgil, but he's actually referring to Sean. Twist.
If we need to find Virgil, then I'm going after him.
If you're going
Doesn't really make sense why Kellogg would refer to both of them as the old man. It probably would have a distinction between them for the people he's talking to. Nothing in Fallout 4 in general makes sense, yeah. I'll find a way.
I'll find a way to get through the rats. Don't worry.
Good luck. And be safe. By the way, I unplugged
Nothing about the TUT, or is that TUT, or simps make any sense in this game. Or the Institute, you mean? Yeah. It's, Tim Kaine did a good video, actually. Oh, I guess it's instant stealing. He did a good video talking about creeping normality, which I think is a term that he kind of came up with to describe it. Or at least that's what he says in the video. But it's basically how when someone has, say, an idea they want to put into a game, but it doesn't fit the theme of the game, they'll keep on getting backlash. So they might change the idea to something that's acceptable. And then after they've got that into the game, they'll say, oh, well, we might as well put this next bit in that originally was too outlandish. And he says that's what it feels like they did with this. Like in Fallout 3, like he was always against Terminator-style robots. He wanted robots to be like 1950s, like big blocks, basically. And then in Fallout 3, they put in a synth, the first synth. And now suddenly, oh, now we have Terminator-style robots. So now it's not too hard to push for Fallout 4, where everything's a bloody Terminator-style robot. And that's what synths are, basically. It's just Terminators. And it's like, that's not, like he was saying, that's not Fallout. It doesn't make sense for that to be Fallout in the Fallout that he conceived. And like Sean, they somehow managed to make him into a massive disappointment that you want to shoot him in the face so you don't have to be embarrassed of his existence anymore. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did on my first playthrough. I wasn't even, I'm not sure if I got spoiled for the twist, because when I found him, it had no impact on me. I was just immediately like, as soon as it let me shoot him, I did. I just killed him and then did the Brotherhood part of the quest. Did I miss something, or was this guy... Oh, right, yeah. I think this guy tried to shoot us when we came in.
Taking care of him.
Good. Now don't let this incident taint your view of our little community. Good neighbors.
I won't do. Right. So, we need to get into the glowing sleeve. We need to get our suit. Do we have another one? No, this one. Because we need the rad resistance. Hopefully I have enough power tubes, whatever they're called in this game. Thing that goes in the back of the suit. I must have been picking some up. I wonder how many I've got. Misk. Oh dear. Maybe none. Let's see, if I put it on, it will probably tell me. Enter. Good morning from the middle of America. Hey, welcome to the stream. The president of Pluto. I'm honored. We are playing some Fallout 4, and I didn't start the timer. God damn it. We have one core. That's not good. That's not good. I'm going to go start the timer, which is typical that I forgot. So let's drop that down to like 1 minute, 1 minute 18. But now, coming back into the game. There you go. That's how much time we have left. Power armor fusion core is low, bugger. Where can we buy some? Can we buy some from Good Neighbor? I know we can steal some from dungeons, but we're speeding through the game, so let's not waste time. Diamond City might have one. Because we're not going to make it from Diamond City to there on 2 power cores. Let's go to Good Neighbor. Because I know they have a power armor rack. Let's see if we can buy some here. Yeah, at least I can watch the VODs for whatever I miss. Oh, I'm not getting notifications for your streams for some reason, even though I made sure I enabled them after I missed the last one. Oh, that's weird. I don't... Pardon me, sorry. I don't know what that is, yeah. Yeah, at least you catch the VODs, yeah. How do I pop them in here? Do I just take it off, I think? Yeah, I think I just take it off nearby. Or...
Well, hello.
Hello.
Everything here is guaranteed to injure, maim, or kill at your discretion. Except me. I only kill when I want to.
That's great. Let's
see what
barter.
you have.
A gun for...
Do you have fusion core? You do. Thank you. Quite expensive. I should have some junk to cover that expense. Oh, actually, no. I want to keep that shit because we use it to upgrade our guns, don't we? Sell these books. Do you sell the skills if you sell the book? If we do, then RIP, I guess. Was Kellogg's outfit better than all the armor I had? Probably not. Why did I choose to put on Kellogg's outfit instead of all this armor? Oh, it might have been better than all the armor actually looking at it. Okay. Why aren't we using the submachine gun? Oh, because we got another one. We're probably not going to be able to make that, are we? Any ammo I don't need? Any nuke? 5 mil. Oh dear. Okay, well we don't need 4. Let's just buy some ammo. What we have for the rest of the stuff, and that should be able to get us through the glowing sea. Where's my weapons? This. Okay. I need 10 mil. I need 45. I haven't got any 45. Fuck, that's expensive. Not even worth really getting for that much. So 45. I need energy cells. 44. 308. Fusion cell. I assume that's the kind of cell we need. God damn. Yeah, ammo is expensive. What else? Some 308. 308's not too expensive. Alright. Well, hopefully that's oops, no. Hopefully that is enough. Bethesda made the Fallout world into a cartoon, which is very much not what it was. It was a serious, gritty, and fucked up, and occasionally funny shit to cope with the depressed, recovering world. Yeah, I would say it was a slippery slope after Fallout 2, personally. Fallout 1 definitely was quite gritty with some funny stuff. I say by Fallout 2, they were putting in a bit more funny stuff than I personally liked. There's a few pop culture references that haven't aged well, or like they haven't aged at all, because the things they're referencing are so obscure to like a modern audience that they don't hit whatsoever. So I think Fallout 2 was like the slippery slope. It wasn't quite too far, you know, it hadn't jumped the shark, but it was on its way. I think Fallout 3 teetered on the line. Okay, there were some bits like the superheroes in Canterbury Commons that was maybe pushing it a bit far, but again, that was kind of what Fallout 2 was doing. It's not so on the nose. But yeah, but definitely by Fallout 4, they went way too far. Fallout 3, I think, was still kind of okay. Remember the Doctor Who reference was extremely obscure outside the UK. Yeah, like Fallout 1 was very gritty, and the humor was mostly in the way people would, in conversations, the way they would behave was so like almost shock humor, because they don't behave like normal people because they're just trying to like exist. By Fallout 2, it was a bit too campy, I think would be the word for it. But in Fallout 1, yeah, the only pop culture references in Fallout 1 were like you said, they were random encounters hidden behind luck. They were deliberately chosen. Like Tim Kaine said, they deliberately pop culture references in the random encounters, so you'd only find it if you were looking for it, if you specced into luck. But in Fallout 2, they were more built into the game itself. Like, we were just talking to that bartender in Fallout 2, wasn't it? And it's like, that guy's called Booze. And he was like, what do you want? And you could go, woo, we want booze, woos. Which I'm not sure if that's even a reference, or it's just like, haha, funny, his name rhymes. But like, that kind of stuff I don't think would have been in Fallout 1. Oh dear, they've got one of those nuclear guys. This is what I'm talking about. This movement feels horrible compared to playing after playing Skyrim. Not Skyrim, Starfield. Wow, it makes also the FOV is Jesus Christ. There you go, it's a bit better. Oh no, it's just because the weapon's massive, isn't it? I was like, why is the gun so close to our face? It's not close to our face, it's just huge. That's why I say Starfield, they definitely took the reviews about gun sizes and the gunplay to heart. And this feels awful actually. It's so slow. The movement is really slow. I don't need to fight you. I just want to pop this place so I have somewhere to fast travel back to in case I die. Or in case something goes wrong and we have to run away. God damn it. Stop hitting me. Okay, we've got it. So we can get out of here now. Anyone else attacking me? No, it's just him. Not that one. Right. Give me your ammo. I mod this game to have smaller guns. Yeah. That's a shame. That's what you have to do in this game to make them not comically oversized. Where did that body fall down onto? Let's try not sprinting too much because I know that drains the fusion core faster. Do their guns drop on the floor? They must drop on the floor, right, independent of their body. I wasn't picking up any weapons off them. Don't like that. No, I didn't mean to pick up that pint glass. None of those would be worth it. Just looting for ammo, really, rather than anything else. I can't craft in the power armor, I guess. Right. Continue to the glowing sea. Can we swim in power armor? I think so. Or do we just sink to the bottom? Oh, yep, okay, we just sink to the bottom. Do we drown? Well, I'm gonna quick save in case you do drown. I didn't check that. Hopefully not. Too much Marvel sequence joke factory kills it for me. And in Starfield, yeah. I think Baldur's Gate 3 had a good balance where, much like... Oh, you mean in Fallout as well. Yeah, much like Fallout 2, you'd have to go look for the funny shit and wouldn't be disappointed. I would say Fallout 2... The funny stuff is a bit more in your face. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's not like it's overtly all the time. It's not like the Marvel thing, like as soon as something serious happens, 1 second later there must be a joke, because God forbid you have to think deeply about something for too long. The grim humor is precisely why I love Pillars of Eternity 1. I think I've only played PoE 2. I probably have played the first one, I'm just not remembering. Cinematic reload. Bang bang. Yes, this is amazing. Good job, Bethesda. What? Why am I stuck in a wheel? What the hell? I didn't even know there was a weapon wheel in this game. We might, once we pop a fast travel location close to the edge of the glowing sea, we might fast travel back to Good Neighbor so we can repair our armor. So because I just noticed we are losing quite a lot of the actual pieces. Level up. Oh, we have 2 level ups. We're just looking for things that do damage, right? Increase carry weight. When adventuring without a companion. That's good, because we're not using one right now. Requirement's not met. More charisma, is it? Charisma 3. Oh, level 17. Not bad. Rifleman. 15%. Damage resistance. We're going to be able to fight that Deathclaw soon, unless we can sneak around him. So let's get some damage resistance. And let's get some extra damage. Oh. So many features I modded out of the game. That's what we were talking about. Oh, fuck. Shit, what the fuck? What do you mean? Why the fuck is he here? I'm not able to run away from that thing, I don't think. I'm wasting my fusion core sprinting as well. Oh, maybe I am going to be able to run away from it. Fuck me. I mean, I know I have to face one when I enter the glowing sea, because it's almost scripted. You can kind of run a stealth around it. Yeah, nah, he's not going to leave us alone. I need to put my grenades. I should have kept those mines now rather than sold them. Fuck. Edge of the glowing sea. Is this... No, this isn't Deathclaw from the glowing sea, though. Oh, God. How are you missing at that range? Wow, so much damage. Oh, God. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. No, why would I... See, why would I want to fight those, game? Ah, not the slow-mo swipe. Right, hunting rifle's not doing it. That's not much better. Oh, God. Can we, if he stays there, can we try and blow up these cars? Oh, oh, nope, that did not work. Why is the grenade button also the melee button? Well, they did blow up, but did not affect him. Oh, we've got some NPCs coming in. I heard someone say, what was that? Oh, Jesus. Ow, leave me alone, bro. Please. Leave me alone. I did not want to waste the ammo on this, but we're going to have to, I think. Alright, there you go. My God. Oh, the raiders are on top of... Yeah, they're on top of this freeway. Okay, so we're at the edge of the glowing sea. We're not going to be able to fast travel away, but I think we do need to go back to Good Neighbor to repair our suit. It's got barely any pieces left on it. You can outrun anything in this game. You're faster than Usain Bolt. Well, I would be if I'm not wearing the power armor to try and get through the glowing sea, so I don't take too much radiation damage. Just walk away. I did try that. He chased us down, sadly. But then he wouldn't get a legendary left leg of charisma +1. Yeah, you've got to fight all the enemies, like, to get all of these unique weapon pieces, which are back in Starfield, by the way. That's how all the weapons work in that game. Unfortunately, they're all the same randomly generated stuff. Oh, I don't want to kill the doggo. Doggo, run away! Run away! Oh, yeah, silly boy. I actually like the lockpicking mechanic in Starfield. It would actually have to use your brain. Not like this is like very simple in comparison. an actual puzzle. It's not that hard either. People say it's hard. It is hard when you're first doing it. Like I struggled for a little bit. But it's fine once you know what you're doing. Okay. Should be able to fast travel back to Good Neighbors now. Let's save just in case fast traveling uses your fusion cores. I do not think it does. If it would make sense that it would. Is there a reason you aren't playing Starfield? Yeah, so every Thursday we do a Fallout stream where I'm playing every game in the Fallout series as a challenge, basically. I need to finish everyone, the main quests only, and DLC, within 180 hours. The reason for that is we are preparing for a Fallout series retrospective that will be coming out probably next year. And this is just a good way to, one, get footage, but also just to play the games, and then I'll be playing them again off stream when it comes to actually writing it and everything. Okay, prepare. Oops, don't have enough materials, I don't think. Nope, we need steel. Okay. I wonder if you sell any.
Here for every situation.
Uh-huh. Sure. Let's take a
Take a
look.
look.
Uh-huh.
Steel, steel, steel. It's not. Who would? Any other merchants? These discounts?
Oh, a new face walks into my...
Let's see what you've got.
Everything's guaranteed to
Sure.
last. Until it doesn't.
Come on. That's quite expensive. Oh, we're out of money. We'll sell that deathcore stuff we picked up, I think. Yep, that. Oh, that gives us some more money to work with. Nah, not too much though. Oh, did she just sell steel? Oh, she does. Oh, it's 2,000. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to afford that anyway. I think that's enough then. Cool. No, not enough steel still. That's fine. We got pretty much everything else working. Now, how do you put the pieces back onto the thing? Are they in my inventory? They are. Okay. Hi, Judah. Love the videos. Hope you keep cool on this hot as fuck day. Thanks, Nigel. I'm trying to. I've got like 3 fans blowing on me and all my windows open. It's still very warm. Get back to the glow and see. It's harder on keyboard and mouse because no tactile feedback. The only thing that advantages console players, but with the movement and everything. Yeah, that's what it doesn't translate well as a PC game. Fallout 4 never did to me. The movement feels awful. It's very slow and cumbersome, and that's why like it does feel better on a controller, as you said. I'm glad Starfield fixed that. Starfield feels way more fluid. Oh, you mean the lockpicking? Well, yeah. The lockpicking on PC, I mean, it's fine. It's just that now that when you think of like other games that have good hacking mechanics, like I quite like the hacking puzzles in Deus Ex, the newest ones. They do get generic. Like after your 10th one, you kind of done them all, and I think that might be an issue with the Starfield lockpicking eventually. But I still enjoy it just from a perspective that it's not just unlock skill point, now you can do it. There is some thought you have to do. Because Bethesda are not going to remove their minigames. They love their little minigames. And if we're going to if they're going to give us minigames, at least give us ones that are satisfactory or satisfying to do. I don't find the lockpicking mechanic in Skyrim or Fallout 4 or Fallout 3 that difficult. So there's no like, there's not much challenge there. It just feels like a hindrance. Whereas this is the Deathclaw I was talking about. Whereas the one in Starfield is challenging because it's an actual puzzle you have to use your brain for. So it feels like a better dopamine reward when you do successfully do it. Which one was good against these guys? The SMG, right? Oh, hello. Oh, out of ammo. This animation is no longer interesting because I've seen it like 4 times. Oh, what the fuck? I did not realize there were that many of them. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna run away. You know what? We are gonna run away from those ones. Oh, maybe you were right. Maybe I can just run away from them because they just lose interest, do they? Oh, yep. Lost interest. Should have just done that for the other one, I guess, for the Alpha Deathclaw. Oh, don't want to fight the Rad Scorpion. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'll probably just keep running. Just keep on running. Keep trucking. Walk away from all your Fallout 4 problems. It's actually working out. I thought the enemies would put in more fight. Oh, well, yeah, okay. Don't want to go over there either. Daxon McKinley, thank you for the donation, $10. Is there a system they don't have anymore? You wish would return to a modern Bethesda. Any IP, but I miss being able to sever the prophecy like in Morrowind. And a kill in Essentials. Love the vids. I would agree with that one. That's what I was happy with that they brought back in Fallout 4. Other than Preston Garvey, you can actually kill everyone in this game. And so I was expecting them to do that in Starfield, because I thought they realized that's what people like in New Vegas, so they brought it back. They don't. In Starfield, they have the NPCs who can't get killed, which is a shame. So yeah, that also the advantages and disadvantages disadvantages from Daggerfall, or just Daggerfall's character creator in general. They do have traits in Starfield, and they have some disadvantages, but the disadvantages are generally like you lose some money every week, or you have the Adorwin fan following you, and you can get out of those disadvantages as well. You can just shoot them. You can shoot the Adorwin fan, or you can just pay off your mortgage for your house. So the disadvantages aren't as poignant as they are in Daggerfall. So yeah, those through. The killable NPCs, and the character creator, like a better character creator. Is this where we need to go? Oh, I guess we need to ask someone. They know about Virgil. Need help.
Do you seek?
I mean you no harm.
Few make.
I need to speak with you.
What do you need of me, child?
Did I just end that dialogue tree? What happened, Virgil?
I'm looking for someone named Virgil.
Yes, I know it. What do you?
I need information.
He has sought refuge. What do you want?
That's my business.
He has come to. What do you want with him?
I said it's my business. Now are you going to tell me?
I do not trust you. You will leave at once.
Do you have a moment?
What do you need of me, child?
Give me the answer.
Let me know if there's anything I can.
You are kind to.
I need to speak with you.
What do you need of me, child?
There wouldn't be a place I could resupply.
Seek Brother Ogden.
How have you survived?
That is Adam.
Sure.
He has.
I don't really care about the law.
I need to speak with you.
What do you need of me, child?
Give me the answer I need.
I'm looking for someone named Virgil.
Yes, I know. What do you want with him?
Why do you even care?
True. He is. What do you want with him?
I need his help reaching the Institute.
I have heard of this institute. In truth, this though he came to trade, you can find him.
Why even have the speech options you can fail if you can just... That's like one of those issues, you know, with Fallout 4 that people bring up. What was the point of the speech options? In New Vegas, if you failed the speech options, you'd be like, oh, fuck, I need to go read a magazine or drink some booze or come back later. But I just kept them spamming that because I knew eventually she's going to have the answer. Let's eat some food so we don't die. I love how you just threatened her. She keeps talking to you. Yeah, she says like you should leave as if she would never talk to you again. But then she's like, oh, hello. How can I help? A ton of NPCs are essential though because they're involved in quests. Fallout 3 has more killable NPCs, I think. No, in Fallout 4 you can kill everyone. It's only Preston Garvey who is the unkillable NPC. I'm pretty sure in Fallout 4 you can actually kill everyone, and Preston Garvey is the only remaining unkillable NPC. Perhaps you can't kill them when they are active on the quest. I'm not sure, but I'm 99% sure, certain Preston Garvey's the only unkillable guy in the entire game. All of the Concord NPCs can't be killed? That's weird. I've definitely seen a video from someone who killed every NPC in the game. Because Preston Garvey essentially is the what's he called? The Yes Man ending. It's the ending that will always exist. Never mind then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oops, I must have missed it. Can't kill Sturges. From what I remember, it's only... You can't kill them pre-quest completion. Yeah, I figured that is the case. That's what point. Yeah, that's true. But you can kill... I'm pretty sure you can kill everyone after you've done their quest, possibly. I need to fact check that, but I'm 99% sure Preston Garvey is the only unkillable one. Fallout 4 dialogue options are typically fairly lame, but at least they have minor improvements. If you've already been... Oh, fucking hell. If you've already been accepted into the Children of Atom at the Nucleus, it is reflected in the glowing sea. Oh, that's nice. Ooh, I'm scary. I'm suddenly moving. Ooh. Ooh.
Sneak up on me while you distract me? It's not going to work. I'm not stupid. I knew they'd send him after me.
Are you
You know.
What the hell are you?
He's a super mutant. You've seen them before, Nate. Don't act stupid.
I'm just a guy looking for information.
So.
He's dead. Yeah.
Don't you?
Oh, I guess I don't have the ear implant anymore to show him.
I knew. And so then what?
I know you were part
Now then, no. Why are you even here?
Does he even build you the transporter? I thought you could build the transporter with Sturges. And what you're saying there might be true. I think Sturges you can't kill before the transporter. After the transporter, then he can be killed. But yeah, so I think it is the case that you have to finish... Like, a lot of people are unkillable until they are no longer assigned, like, the unkillable trait. So I guess that, yeah, it's basically... It doesn't have a point at that point, you know? But from what I remember, you can kill everyone once you've done what they're designed... Once they have no use for you, essentially. It's only Preston Garvey who will never be killable.
Yeah, they use...
Well, it's correct. Dematerial.
Sure.
That now.
Sure, lots of them.
Of course, operations go there.
Let's go. Just point me...
Well, it's him. Now I don't know exactly. You're going to...
Okay, let's get to work.
Right. The prime... No.
Alright, just give me the quest marker, bro. I'm speedrunning here. Alright. We're not going to move the fast travel lobby as soon as we get out of here because of that bloody one. Preston is the one LPC we all wish was killable. Yeah. Oh, he might be gone. He is, okay. Good thing the Death Claw despawned. They probably only have a few rock assets and just rotate them for every situation. Why do the Fallout rocks always look awful? 3 Envy and 4. You just can't get dirt or rocks right. Especially in 4. They made them shiny for some reason. Like it's always raining. Probably don't need my power armor anymore. I forgot what our quest is. Listen to the course of radio frequency. Okay. Why are the courses hanging out in the building directly above this institute? That seems to give it away a bit. Oh, are they not on the inside? Never mind. You don't need a lot of rock assets. You just need to be creative with using it. I think they're okay if you don't look at them. If you don't pay attention to them. I've never like really noticed them to be too bad, except for when they are shiny. Because they're not meant to be like something you really pay attention to. Guess we can't get on the roof. No, we can, but... Oh, yeah, let's go up here. Like, I know in most games, if you take the time to look closely at something that probably wasn't designed to be looked closely at, it can look terrible. Like, we were playing Fallout 3 on the last stream, weren't we? And I looked at one of the textures up close that I think that was a rock texture, actually. And I assume they didn't expect us to ever look that close at it. And it looked awful. It did not look like it was from a 2008 game. For some areas like this, I don't know. There is some grass. I thought they forgot to place grass there, but they didn't. Do I have to go through the, I might have to go through the institute, through the CIT to get to the roof, I think. Or maybe I was just doing the wrong thing. Do you think the environments are better in Starfield? No. Because they're not handmade, so they don't have... So, well, this is a bad example because this is an urban sprawl, so they still have like cities and stuff in Starfield. But in a wilderness, or say Skyrim or Oblivion or Fallout 3, there will be times where there's a valley, and the designers have to deliberately design that valley in a way to direct you to something. They want to direct you towards a quest or a cave or something to discover, and there'll be a path or like a cobble road or just something that's been placed there by a designer that they want you to follow. There's none of that in Starfield because it's all just randomly generated landscape or procedurally generated landscape with random places of interest dotted literally at random. There's nothing that connects them. There's no paths to them, nothing like that. They are just thrown on the map, and you can only find them using this scanner device you have in your HUD. You would not be able to find them otherwise because there's very few of them have any like vocal points that you can see them in the distance and be like, oh, I want to check that out. Some of them do, but very few. That's the issue. It's just they haven't had that hand-designed touch to them that you need to help direct you through the world. If there was no scanner in that game or no map in that game to direct you where to go, you would not find most things. Why would you try to attack someone in what is essentially a human tank with a pipe? A lead pipe. That must be a hell of a jet overdose he is on. Yeah, I only have like one crash personally after 30 some hours in Starfield. Yeah, I've not had any crash. I've only crashed when I've tried to exit the game. Which, that's fine. Like, I don't really care at that point. It's very stable. There's still bugs and stuff, lots of bugs and glitches, but nothing that's crashed the game. I've had something that... Did I have something that was game-breaking that I had to reload for? I remember writing in my notes something about a game-breaking bug, but maybe I was wrong. You'll know when it comes to the retrospective, I guess, when I actually look through those notes again. I can't remember if I had a game-breaking bug at one point, like a bug that made a quest impossible. Might be misremembering that. Otherwise, I think they actually are correct in saying this is the least buggy Bethesda game. That doesn't mean a lot, though, because Bethesda games are super buggy. And this one is still buggy. And it has a lot of the bugs are the ones that have existed in the previous games and probably will always exist. Stuff like havoc physics just bugging out. You know, if you close a door on an NPC, it starts jittering. That stuff, I don't think they can fix, because I think they just implemented it wrong when they added it to Oblivion, and that's it. It's just stuck now. Other games don't have that issue, but seeing as modders also can't fix that issue, I think it's just they fucked up the implementation of havoc, and that's it for life. We've just got to accept. That's just how it's going to be. I'm actually sad that it's less buggy than other Bethesda games. That's the part of the fun for me. There's still some compilations and stuff online, but yeah, it's not like it was with other games. Where are you going? Hello? Finding. Good job. You realize what you're doing. Stop dodging me. Don't we love bullet sponges? Oh, reload. Oh my god, die please. Yay. Whoa, look at that. Such a unique weapon. This is, yeah, it's how it happened. As I said earlier, this is how it works in Starfield as well. But it's not, they're not named as poorly as this, or what, violent. Oh no, actually no, they are named like that. Yeah, never mind. They are just giving names like violent or super. Not better than mine. Oh, it is better than mine. Cool. Favorite that. Well, it is important to have a place to soak the spear. That's why you go to space, and at least according to Captain Cook. Wait, I'm out of out of the loop on this one. Obviously a Star Trek reference. It amazes me how much hype Bethesda games generate that forget the previous game's flaws. I love them, but I remember, yeah. Or you would think it would be a linear line of progression, right? They'd be like, oh, we've implemented this thing, they didn't like it, so we fixed it. And sometimes that's true. And then other times, like with the conversations, they go, hey, we're getting close, you know, Fallout 4 conversations. If you remove the animations, which I'm not a fan of, you can walk around, the NPCs talk to each other fluidly, they look at each other, it feels like a conversation. Let's not do that again. We made that work. Let's take that out. Let's go back to Oblivion. That's what people want. They want to be 2 feet from people's faces, that close. And they want all the conversations to be jolted with 2-second pauses between everyone saying their lines. That's what people love. It's like they have amnesia. They seem to start every game as if they've not created one before. But only in certain aspects. In other aspects, you can see the clear progression. Hmm. They're the Madden developers of RPGs. Yeah. It's like they release the same game in that Bethesda games all feel the same, at least since Oblivion, because it's all that same engine. If you've played one, you've kind of played them all in terms of how a lot of the features, mechanics work. Yeah, and then some things they vastly improve with the last title, and other times they just forget what they've done. Yeah, it's very the same with like FIFA as well. Sports games in total, like I like that. You'd think it'd be a pure linear progression, but it's only a linear progression in 50% or 70% of the features, and then they want to remake the wheel every so often. Maybe the guys who are working on dialogue just they needed to like justify their jobs or something. They were like, no, we've redesigned the dialogue. It's much better. Remember Oblivion? It's just like that, but we've taken away the zoom in. That's what people didn't like. It was the zoom in animation. Otherwise, they had no complaints. Yeah, he's gonna be in one of these buildings, isn't he? Come on. We all know how this works. Sad. The one time that doesn't work. That also seems to be patched out of Starfield, unfortunately. They've removed a lot of the movement bugs. Probably a good thing, but I do miss being able to do that. There's not many mountains anyway in the game, so it's not like you ever have to use that. Sports games have an excuse though, because how fundamentally does football change year to year, or even decade to decade? Yeah, Bethesda has none, yeah. Yeah, most sport games just update yearly rosters, pretty much. Like, unless you play them yearly, you won't even know what changes they have made. People who play them yearly, like, they will always be like, oh, it's a completely new game. But unless you're super into them, it's not. It's very much... They almost always play very similarly to each other. But that's probably if you took someone who played Oblivion and then asked them to play... Asked them to play Skyrim, and that's the only RPG they played, and they played them 10 years apart from each other, they probably would also say, like, oh, it's like Oblivion, like, they're very similar, you know? They might not have the, they might not notice a difference that people who play the games more frequently do. Why are the mole rats got landmines on them? This woman is sadistic as hell. I've not seen that before. It's interesting. You are crazy. Oh yeah, I just realized there's no gore in Starfield either. Yeah, they removed the gore. Forgot there was gore in this game. Of course there is, it's Fallout. Yeah, what am I saying? They always went over the top with the gore. I don't think it's stealing from Crazy Mole Rat Lady. I don't think she gets to own possession of this stuff with what she did to those poor mole rats. Clearly this is the wrong building because we've lost the radio signal. As a former FIFA player, EA don't release the same game every year. They release a worse version of the same game every year. Yeah, that's what it sounds like every time people complain that something's changed. All the changes they make, I assume, are to try and attract or keep addicted the whales, essentially, right? That's good. Because sports games nowadays, or at least FIFA, it's not much different from a gacha game. Very similar business model. Selling those FIFA packs or whatever they call them all the time. Where the hell am I meant to be going? Oh, that would make sense, huh? The big tech looking building. Yeah. Figured it out. Wow, I'm so smart. LMO, I just realized, was the clicking, the suicide bomber noise. I was looking away. I think it's the Corsa radio, but it is like almost the same noise, if not identical. I probably don't need the radio on anymore. But yeah, it's just beeping to let me know if I'm close to the Corsair. And I know last time we were playing Fallout 4, I was lamenting about how I hate the local maps in Bethesda games. Because there's no verticality to them, they're all flat, so you can't tell what like floor you're on. But when I said that, I didn't expect the solution in Starfield to be just don't make them. There's no local maps at all. They solved the problem. People complain about the local maps? Well, they won't complain if there are none. In one regard, I do like that, because when you go around cities now, you actually do have to read the signs, and the cities have been designed in a way that you can get around just looking at the signs, taking the subway. It's quite nice in that regard. They've done quite good. But there are times, just for convenience, you would like to look at the local map just to know where to go, or even just to fast travel around the city, and there's no local map, which is sad. I honestly don't know how hard it is to make a local map, to be honest. Well, the way it's done in these games is it's not hard at all, because that is a top-down view of the actual room with a filter applied. That's how it's been done since Morrowind. Does Morrowind have them? Yeah, I think they did. It's literally, that's how the map would be designed in the creation kit. And they could turn it around and stuff in the creation kit as well. But you put it top down, you zoom the camera out, apply a filter, that's the local map. So that's how it's done, and that's why there's no verticality, because it's just whatever that looks like with the filter applied. So it wouldn't have been hard to do in Starfield. They just didn't want to. The issue was, it would have been hard to do in Starfield in the graphical style they've done the surface map. The surface map is 3D, and you can see the mountains and stuff. Now, if they were going to do that for a city, you would expect to see the towers and everything done as 3D models. And they maybe didn't want to do that, but in Skyrim, they did that by, again, they turned on the LOD, which is the level of distance terrain, so it's like a low-res version of the terrain, zoom the camera out, and that's the world map for Skyrim. So why couldn't they have done that for Starfield and apply a filter to make it look digital? Like, to make it look... Yeah, digital. That's what they've done with the terrain map. Doesn't make sense. Clearly, that was a decision they made. I'm sure employees tried to make a solution, and at some point they went, nah, sack it in. We're just not going to put a local map. It's disappointing. It's one of those things I'm not sure modders would be able to do, or if they were, if it would even be worth doing to mod in. There are only 3 cities in the game at the end of the day. There are more towns and stuff, which the towns are quite big as well, so it would be nice to have local maps for them. Apparently that laser pistol's better than what I'm using now. 26. It uses energy cells, same as the Institute rifle. Yeah, let's replace my Institute rifle with that. Yeah. Cool. In here. I wish my 10 mil would decapitate my targets like that. Why would you self-immolate yourself like that? You silly man. That wasn't worth it. Take a bad away. I imagine we're just gonna keep going up until we get to the courier. Or the corsair, sorry. What the hell is going on out there? They're on a bloody fight all on their own. I don't want to waste all my laser pistol ammo. Yeah, the NPCs in the AI in Fallout 4 is actually smarter than the AI in Starfield. The AI in Starfield must be struggling with the size of the locations they're in, maybe, because they don't dodge like this, and they don't take cover as well. Whoa! Jesus. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, you're right. If you aim at the base of the neck, it will totally look like you sliced them with a spinning blade. Maybe it's using hollow point. Yeah, I don't think any bullet to the forehead will blow their head off at the neck with a perfectly clean cut. That's just the way the Fallout universe works. After Fallout 2. Or Tactics, actually. In Tactics, I think their heads do just explode. As they should. But even in actually, in Fallout 3, their heads explode as well, sometimes, not all the time. The functionality's there. I don't know why the game chooses sometimes to make their head do that. How the hell do I get up there? This is what I mean, like, this map, useless. It doesn't show me the stairwell, so how am I meant to know? It barely shows you any detail. It has no use, actually. Maybe that's why they sacked it in. They were just like, look, the local maps in Fallout 4, they weren't doing anything anyway, so just get rid of it. I would have argued maybe they should try and make a better solution rather than just get rid of it. Must be a way up there. It's not on the other side. Well, that's the stairwell there, isn't it? Ah, here. Okay. Oh. Never mind. These dungeons are normally pretty linear, so I don't imagine they would expect you to backtrack here. I thought you run through here and then you go up and then you run back across there. Doesn't seem to be the case. You run oh, no, that is the case. Never mind, I just missed this door. My bad. Restricted area. I think it's weird that you get baseball bats, rolling pins, and canes, but no hockey sticks to use as weapons. Just Bethesda don't watch hockey, I guess is the reason. It's gonna be as simple as that. That's something I need to check out in Starfield, actually, is the melee. They brought back actual unarmed builds as well, which I should check out. There's like actual skill points you can put into like making your unarmed better. Something they've not really... It's like, it's kind of been there, but it's not had much focus put onto it. So it's nice to see that they seemingly have put some focus on it now. There you go. So the heads do blow up. So, yeah, I don't know why sometimes the engine decides to not do that. Also, I'm not sure a 10mm has the power to make their head explode like that. Probably the back of the head, the exit wound, but I don't think the entire head would pop. I honestly, at times, wishing was in Starfield in some situations, but I think it's a slow time aspect. It might be in later on in Starfield, not to spoil it too much, but you get some powers. I can't remember if one of those might be slow time. Not to spoil it too much, but that's why a lot of people say it gets good certain amount of time in, because you get some things that make the game a bit better. And also, it's the classic thing of a lot of people look at Starfield kind of like a beta, right? As a tech demo for what we'll see later. What they've shown, yeah, exciting for magic. Let's say that. Excited for magic in Test 6. I have to go across here. No, I'm low on ammo on like everything. Oops. Oh, I just accidentally skipped that entire animation by doing that. Good to know. Start the animation, go into VATS, and then exit. Instant reload. I think you can get as an attachment though. Oh, for a weapon. I've not. Oh, maybe. There's a lot of weapon mods you can get. I haven't really spec'd into the weapon mod skills, so I don't know how the true depth of that system yet. I think maybe Evan was looking at that. I'm not sure. I'll spec into them anyway. I'm gonna try and cover everything for the retrospective, even though we're gonna be doing separate topics in the retrospective. I want to make sure I've covered everything I can. I'm on my second build so far. Doing a stealth build now. So I'm immediately disappointed when I found out you don't start with the stealth skill. I can't believe that. You have to unlock that separately. Unless you pick the background that has it unlocked. Same with pickpocketing. That's a skill. And lockpicking. That's a skill. Oh no, well, lockpicking, no. That's the thing. Lockpicking you can do. You can do novice lockpicking. You can't do it. You need a skill to do advanced and higher. I don't know why stealth and pickpocketing don't get that on seen as the same. Don't have that privilege. Unlocking gradual healing is one. Oh, one of the powers. Or one of the skill points.
Don't think I can pick this.
Some of the skill points are tedious as hell to level up as well. Like the fitness skill point. And the thing is, it is tedious as hell, but it's kind of just harking back to what the old Elder Scrolls games used to be like. So there's a skill point called fitness, and that's essentially your athletic skill from like Oblivion and Morrowind. It gets better the more you run. The more you run out of oxygen, which is your stamina bar, the more that levels up. So essentially, it's the athletic skill. It's just super tedious to level it up because of that. But you should treat it like the athletic skill, rather than like some people would put a rubber band around their controller and like swim in a corner for hours to get to Athletics 100. What you're meant to do is just play the game normally, and it will level up over time. So the leveling being tedious is entirely on me, really, for spending like 20 minutes just sprinting up mountains to try and level it up faster. I think it's skill challenges and stuff like that is why Pete Hines, I think his name is pronounced, why he said the game feels more like Oblivion than Starfield, than Skyrim. And I can totally see where he's coming from. The skills, especially, the way you level them up, the way they kind of level up, kind of like Oblivion, where it's meant to be organic, but you can kind of cheese it. Maybe that's what he means. I liked, for example, with the boost pack, to get better with boost pack at using your jetpack, you have to use your boost pack in combat. So you can totally cheese that by finding a room like this, get into combat, like if there's some conscripts or if some gunners, say, or there'll be pirates in Starfield, you shoot that, so you go into combat, and then you just sit here and you just spam the boost pack doing that until you get the amount you need, and then you can skill it up. I quite like this cheese options like that, because again, it is harking back to when you could do that. You can do that since Daggerfall. You know, you could do your acrobatics in Daggerfall, literally doing that, go upstairs into a tavern, go into the bed so you're really close to the ceiling, and just spam jump, and you're just jumping on your bed to get your acrobatics higher. I think that's what he meant when he said it feels more like Oblivion than it does Skyrim. Because Skyrim didn't have any of that, really. Oh, we're down to our last fusion core. Bad grammar is fine. Misspelling grammar, however, is a felony. How do you plead, citizen? That's very Judge Dredd. I see what you mean. Unlocking in Starfield, but I plead guilty for misspelling grammar. So untrue. Cast Soul Trap on a dead body for an hour and max conjuration. Okay, yeah, okay, it is in Skyrim. I should have said it so totally. It's just there's less skills that you can do that in Skyrim. There's less opportunities for role-playing training. You can actually, the magic is the one area you were correct. The magic is the one area you can role-play training. You know, if you went to the college, you could roleplay casting spells forever. That's the one area where that's true. But you can't do like hill runs because they took the athletic skill out. Well, probably for good reason, because it has little use in Oblivion other than making you run faster, and it's the same in Starfield. Whoa, we did it. Wow, it's the first time I've done that quest on PC. Says it all. Yeah, I only ever finished this game on PlayStation 4.
He deserved to die. I know you're not.
If you're going to kill me.
He's a Nostradamus. How did he know that? Just knew I was going to do it. Ah, can't get whatever her loot was. Oh well. Dodge this. Oh, is that the password for this? It is. Look at that. Fortune teller, yep. He knew. I was never a fan of that style of leveling skills. Might work better if traits can be obtained more often by game events, actions, but not skills. Just drags the game. Yeah, unfortunately, traits cannot... I'm not going to say this definitively. I've just not seen a place at Starfield yet where you can get more traits. I'm pretty sure you are stuck with what you pick at the beginning. Damn it. What? I pressed open door. Security door, open door. Yeah, I did. No. Wasn't really worth... Why was that master locked? Okay, Jula has my full support for waxing the captured sim. I used the course's weapon, so the railroad will think it's the Institute. That's some nice roleplaying. Did I pick up his weapon? I must have done right. Or is it just a generic thing? Oh, Kellogg's pistol. Why haven't I tagged this? Oh, I should have definitely favorited that. Got some stuff to sell. No, I don't think he gave me anything unique, did he? Oh well. They split aesthetics into two through fitness, athletics into two, yeah, through fitness for sprinting and gymnastics for combat slide, fall damage, mantling. Man, I need to look for the skills more often. This combat slide. That's on me. I did not look. That must be in the green skill area, right? I need to look for the skills more clearly. I must have read that. I just forgot about it. Yeah, I want to get that one. I'm trying to get on my stealth character. I'm trying to make him as mobile as possible, which is why I was doing hill sprints to get his fitness up. So yeah, I definitely need to get the slide. That'll be good. I'm also trying to play the game without a boost pack on that character because I used the boost pack on my first character. Definitely the combat's much more fun, I think, with the boost pack. It's one of those almost must-have skills, I would say, for the game. Where to, Doc? Back to Virgil? Nope, not back to Virgil. Ah, good neighbor. Oh, we're getting Nick, is it? Or have the Corsair chip analyzed? By who? The scientist, I'm guessing. Mantling, so you're the Shezarine in stays. Yeah, you can, oh, does that perk also help with mantling? Oh, well, how does it help? Does it let you mantle from a lower thing? Yeah, because there's mantling. Not that kind of mantling, dear believer. It's, you know, climbing. So that's what I was saying in the first impressions that I really like in the game, and I still really like it. Climbing is back. Like, you can actually climb, and they could totally put this back into the Elder Scrolls now, which I hope they do. But with Bethesda's track record, they'll probably just forgot that they did climbing. They'll be like, oh, we can't put climbing in Elder Scrolls, guys. It doesn't work, even though it was in Daggerfall. And even though we've figured it out already in Starfield. I really hope they bring it back. There's like no excuse now. They've got mantling. It works. There's working animations. For so long, people said it won't work in the Game Bureau engine because the animations would look awful. They look fine. They just look fine. They, you know, not nothing special, but they don't look janky. So, finally, we have climbing. Do you have any fusion cores? He does. Fuck me. God damn. I might sack off the old power armor. Don't think we need it really anymore. Not until possibly the last mission. I was just being an ass. Yeah, I know. It's what I do. But it isn't mean-spirited. Yeah, I know. It's just a good joke. I miss levitating. The way the boost pack works in Starfield, they could totally put levitating back in. Now, whether they choose to. The reason they take levitating out... Oh! The reason they took levitating out doesn't exist anymore. So they might come back. Because the reason they took levitating out is because in Oblivion and Skyrim and Fallout 4 and so forth, cities and towns are instanced. You have to walk through a gate to get inside them. So if you levitate over, obviously the area doesn't load in properly, it all breaks. That doesn't exist anymore. At least from what I've seen, cities transfer into the wilderness with no loading screen. They've managed to... I'm not sure whether they fixed the engine, because you could do that in Morrowind. I think what they've actually done is they just said, fuck the optimization, and then we're gonna do it. Like, if your CPU dies, it dies. But, yeah, so they've managed to make it work. It is extremely poorly optimized, which I guess is the main reason why they took it out, right? Is they couldn't, the Xbox 360 and the PS3 couldn't handle it for Oblivion. So that's why they took it out, but it's back. Fortunately, it's back, and if they keep that in Elder Scrolls 6, there's no technical reason to take out levitating. The only reason would be because they want to keep the lore for some reason. But the technical reason for why they made that the case anyway is no longer the case. Hello, which Fallout is your favorite? It is tied between New Vegas and Fallout 1. And those are... Fallout 1 I've finished the most. Closely after New Vegas. I think I've finished Fallout 1 3 times. And this 4th time will be on the stream. And then I finished New Vegas... Oh, it's tied actually. I've also finished New Vegas 3 times. Yeah, 3 full playthroughs. I've done every ending in New Vegas, but you know, I just saved like halfway through a playthrough and then did all the different branches. So I don't count that really as multiple playthroughs. But yeah, 3 multiple playthroughs. Fallout button was better, but Fallout 2 has a way better HUD. Are the HUDs any different? Pretty similar. Unless you mean like the actual things you can do, like bossing your... Oh no, yeah, I know what you mean. No, the HUDs are different. Like where you can boss around your NPCs, your companions to move and stuff. Yeah, you're right. It does have a better HUD. I guess that would be UI, because it's not technically on your HUD most of the time.
I've seen a lot of crazy stuff.
Fallout 2 technically, like, not like the technology, or how best to describe it. Yeah, the menus and stuff are better. Don't try and use a fancy word. The menus are better in Fallout 2. Agreed. But I think Fallout 1 as a product is so tight and well done that I just think it's just a phenomenal experience. As long as you can get over the it's not jank, it's just the turn-based system that is not aged very well. It's not what modern gamers are used to. Yes, I got the help. Thanks for the answer. I have beaten Fallout 3 times. Also my favorite. Yeah. It's like it's near to the perfect Fallout game if you ignore the bugs, which is, you know, kind of egregious really when you're talking about a game. But it's just like it's such a smooth experience, and it's so good for role playing because it really feels like you can play most builds in that game. Some of them are very hard, but you can do it. Hi Jula. Oh, hi Jula, hi chat. Hi, welcome to Hi, welcome to the stream. Pixelized, no filter. YouTube. Pixelized? Yeah, pixelized. I did read that right. Welcome, we're playing some Fallout 4. We have 2 minutes left. Wow. Until we're on to the next game, which we will be able to fit in another game.
Speak up now.
Which was I just want to know which was the fastest one. Come on. You're not doing anything. Your computer, it's bugged. Lady, the computer isn't working.
Railroad can decode that Corsair chip. You just need to find them.
Silly girl. So this is the one bit you don't have a quest marker for. I thought she gives you the quest marker to the first bit, right? The red.
You've been through so much.
Irma.
Oh, enjoying yourself?
Whoop. Nope.
A heck of a town, ain't it?
Don't want to shoot you. Okay, we need to find the first bit. It's very easy to find the railroad once find the first bit of the trail. The yellow brick road. Have you played the Wasteland games? I keep getting them recommended on Steam, but I've never looked into them. Oh, sorry. Derpa Leaper, $2. Thank you for the donation. I have a pressing question. Do you know Zach? No, I still haven't found Zach. Sorry, do not know who he is. We'll find him one day, though. But back to... thank you again, Derpa Leaper, for the donation. Back to Kevin La, or KVN La's question, LA question. I've played Wasteland 1. Yeah, so we've talked about this on another stream. For Wasteland 1 is one of the games that is quite odd for me to say this because I normally play all the games. It's almost too old, or at least it's very un-user-friendly. I would need to spend time reading the manual to get into it. I've played it a little bit. It came free on Steam when I bought Wasteland 2. Yeah, Wasteland 1, I need to put time into it. So I've played it, but I didn't have much to say on the game. I have played more Wasteland 2. Lots of people like Wasteland 2, and they say it's harkening back to the era of Fallout 2 that they like. It didn't do that for me. I've not tried to like sit down and figure out why, but for me, the world didn't grab me in the same way. And possibly that's just because I'm a Fallout fanboy. That might entirely be the case. But for whatever reason, I played through the game. I didn't even play through it. I got 12 hours into the game, and it just felt like a chore. I never felt excited to play it after the first time I did. And that's not well, it's not necessarily the game's fault. Maybe I was just in the wrong headspace at that time. Maybe I'll have to give it another shot. But for me, didn't do it. But it has good reviews. Wasteland 1 is kind of a slog, 2 is great, and 3 is nearly impossible to beat. Yeah, that's what I've heard, is that a lot of people like 2, and it's just possible that I just wasn't in the right headspace at the time. Okay, let's kill this Yao guy, and then we're done with Fallout 4. And I couldn't help but see the similarities to some stuff in New Vegas, which I'm sure is just because they had similar design documents from Interplay, from Black Isle. Like, there's a quest in Wasteland 2, sorry, that very similar to the plant vault in Fallout New Vegas. There's just stuff like that you see that it just feels like, okay, clearly you can tell it was like same members of the team, or like members from the same team coming to make their sequels to this game, and that is kind of cool. But I just feel like I've played it before. I don't know, the world didn't do it for me. But it's maybe because I just didn't get into the world of Wasteland, you know. I started these post-apocalyptic games with Fallout, and the Wasteland world is different to Fallout. It doesn't have the same aesthetic. Right, on to the next game. Let's see what we get. What are the thoughts, people? It's gonna be... Oh. Oh. No. Why? Anything but that. Anything but that. Metal Fallout, let's go! Yeah. That's the highlight of the entire game, is the soundtrack, and it doesn't even fit. Doesn't even fit with the game. I just prefer Fallout's theme. Yeah, I think that's what I had. Like, I need to give it its own shot, is the thing. I think I was just, at the time I was playing it, I was probably looking for... It was probably after Fallout 4, to be honest. After I first played Fallout 4, I was looking for a Fallout experience, you know? Because I was probably disappointed with Fallout 4 thinking about it. It might be 76, actually. That's why I've probably got it. And I didn't get that from the game, because that's not what the game is. That's all me. I went in with the wrong expectations. Right, we've got the controller plugged in. Let's boot up the old emulator, because I'm a scumbag who doesn't have the software. I do have the hardware, but I'm not going to hook up my PlayStation 2. Because I'd have to I'd have to hack my PS2 just to put a ROM onto it, because this game is like worth like £100. So either way, it's just better to emulate it. I never understood the argument against emulation anyway. Right, load state. Right, and switch over on here. Nice. Start the timer. And we're going. Alright. Brilliant console experience. Let's get ready. Oh, what were we doing? Open up a quest log. So we've got Find the Paladins, and that's it. Oh, okay. What did that say? Have we figured out? The Raider Matron said that the mutants and Brotherhood Paladins were heading for a ghoul city. Ask the townspeople where you can find the city. Sure thing.
Want to do some trading, stranger?
Oh, well, you can't help me much. Anything to sell? Guess I can sell that shotgun. Oh, I've not got any ammo for that mortar. Give it a that then. Did I try the dual double eagles? Dual desert eagles? That's statistically is better than the submachine gun. Oh, it's got less ammo though. Oh, because it uses rifle ammo. I'll keep those to try them out. Why am I not wearing this metal armor? Yeah, why am I not wearing that metal armor? Maybe that was a bug. I remember wearing it. Oh, he doesn't in the router run if you get the dual desert eagles out. Fix the animation. Do I have to talk to anyone? No. It is only people with an exclamation mark on the map that can help us. Perhaps there's someone inside the tavern.
I am so glad the raiders are dead.
It's too bad about that raider matron. She was a babe. Woo!
What can I do for you?
You able to help me? Nope, goodbye.
Anything little Ruby can help you with? I've lived here in Carvin on anything little... Well, and I thought it was gonna be a slow day.
Let's play the 10 cats for sex. Like, what is, does this give us healing or what? That run animation is so wobbly. I don't blame her. She did just have sex with a ghoul. Can't handle a little ooze, huh? How about some info then?
Anything little Ruby can help you.
Great. And if you're wondering, the controller was vibrating in time with thrusts, like going bzz, 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 bzz every time. So now you know. Jula didn't want to talk to the first female NPC. Now the one we're looking for has the huge rack. I know who I want to talk to. Where the hell? Where am I meant to go? The hell, man? No one has any speech options. Those I've talked to those 3 exclamation marks. They can't go into the tavern. Why this way? I think this way's blocked by those 2 trucks at the end of the road. It is. You can't jump over them. The map says we can't go that way. That guy doesn't want to say anything. People pay money for this? Apparently, it's a collector's item opponent at eBay. I don't know why. It's like, what's the economy? I don't understand it. People selling it for like £100. Who's buying that? I'm sure there are people who have Fallout collections, but god damn, talk about overpriced. Guns in this game may as well just be melee at a distance. Or at that distance, yeah. Oh, okay. Suddenly now we found him.
What's that you got there, kid?
Oh, it's the...
Is that a vault?
This is the Fallout 2 protagonist.
Call me a sentimental old fool, but I'll give you a few caps for it.
Oh, well, yeah.
Thanks, kid. You just made my day. And the old vault colors haven't even faded that much. Well, well. Here's those caps.
Nice trading with you,
Maybe you'll make it as a Brotherhood knight after all. I've been helping these people figure out how they're gonna stay alive. I've dealt with mutants before. I still remember their master.
Oh, wait, no, this is the Fallout 1 protagonist. Oh, okay, never mind, my bad. It's the Fallout 1 protagonist.
If mutants are involved, you'll need
So this must be before he settled down in Fallout 2.
Here, take this. What's on your mind, kid?
Oh, the audio mixing. I can make it a bit louder. It might be too quiet.
There's a ghoul city called Lost just over the mountains. I'll draw you a map. It reminds me of an old ghoul city called Necropolis. Shame about that. If you said that to me 30 years ago,
Oh,
I'd have shot
I
you
must have
and
skipped
sold your
whatever
gear
said.
for drinking money. And I'm too old for that stuff now. Let me buy you a drink. What's on your mind, kid?
Can I get directions? Okay, loading screen, saving screen for some reason. Oh, we're fast traveling. I meant the NPCs. Oh, right, okay. Jackson McKinney, thank you for the $2. The master couldn't handle the use. They cannot. What is that sound? High in the air. Murmur of maternal lamentation. Who are those hooded hordes swarming over endless plains, stumbling in Oh. Chapter 2.
The city of Los, a shattered husk of the shining metropolis it once was. Decaying bodies and broken stone.
It's definitely a Diablo clone. Like, this is so Diablo 2.
Los is a ghoul city. And somewhere here, the Brotherhood Initiate hopes to find the lost paladins and learn more about this mutant army. The field test has become a far greater mission.
All right. Let's do this. Do they have justifications for the mutants on the east? We're in Texas, right? So I guess it's in the center. I wonder if they do. From what oh no, I was remembering in Fallout Tactics. There's like a why the fuck is a ghoul like 12 foot tall? And the metal's back.
Help! Oh God! Somebody help me!
Can you imagine they said this game isn't canon? How dare they? This is exactly what Fallout is about.
It dictates the penalty for trespass. Annihilation.
God, no!
Let the word go forth. None may enter the city of Los.
Prime 2000's Edge keynote, yeah.
Wow, that's the third sacrifice this week.
Who cares? It's just a human.
Come on, let's go pick our scabs.
They had Marvel-esque writing back then. That was too dark, so we must throw in some levity. Look, surely they won't be hostile to me, right? I am a ghoul. Supposedly there are mutants somewhere in this city. It's your job to find out what they're up to. Ask the friendly mutant ghouls for information. Okay, yeah, they are friendly. Will they be friendly to non-ghouls? That's something, oh fuck, I was going to say that's something I'll never test, but it's something I will have to test. I'm going to be doing a retrospective on the series. Oh, I can't wait for my second playthrough. Oh, it's Harold. Okay.
Hello there, Junior.
More fan service.
Like a ghoul who's going
Oh, and the voice actor's awful as well.
My name is Harold. What can I do for you today?
Um,
Well, don't that beat all? The Brotherhood Skinner's letting ghouls into their little army. We may be butt ugly on the outside, but some of us still got a pair.
You're not a ghoul, Harold. Well, I can't remember if Harold actually knows that. In the first game, I think he pretty much says he's not sure he's a ghoul.
More questions, huh? Well, I'd be glad to help you. Ask away.
Standing on each other's shoulders. I didn't check that actually. I want to look at that now. Is the priest just two guys like on each other's shoulders? If so, that's fine. If it is just one guy, are you telling me there was a pre-war 12-foot tall man? I don't find that very believable. Have you seen any mutants around here?
Mutants? Here, you say? Oh, that's a good one.
Well, at least they actually are
Not many
referring to the
around
law.
after their army went boom, and the ones that are still alive can't reproduce.
Nope. The soundtrack just cut off.
Questions, huh? Well, I'd be glad to help you. Ask away.
Uh,
Well, why shouldn't I be happy? I've traveled a lot, but this place ain't half bad. More questions, huh? Yeah, lost my arm.
Oh, of course.
Damn thing
Another
needs
fetch
coming
quest.
off. Same with my eyeball and my big toe.
Alright. Well, thank you, Harold, for your input.
Greetings, greetings. I am called Hieronymus. You
Looks
have
like the voice actor from
wasteland in
Stalker.
your eye. Perhaps you have some valuable items to trade, yes?
And you're right about the audio mixing. This guy's really quiet compared to the other ones. What's he got? Dual Desert Eagle. Dual SMGs. Okay, now we're talking. Expensive. Heavy machine gun. Alright. I'm happy I went with guns. We're seeing some good stuff. Combat shotgun, of course. 10k, goddamn. Well, we have something to save up for. Combat armor. Nice. Okay, okay. Let's get rid of the shotty. Do we buy a weapon now? Dual submachine gun sounds good, man. Could use that to replace my normal submachine guns. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Let's get a load of ammo. Spend like all my money on ammo, I think. Cool. Then we can sell our normal submachine gun. Yep. Nice. Oh, I didn't equip it. My bad. Yeah, cool.
What are you looking for?
Damn, you
What the hell's going on with his mouth?
That's your face. My name's Geese.
How are you gonna mock my face when you look like that?
For the visually challenged.
That's rich coming from you, yeah.
Me? None of your business.
Yeah, why are you British?
I don't get up
What you
too
doing
long,
over
so
here,
don't
bruv?
go looking in mine,
Need
okay?
any bottles of water?
Right. So what you need? Yeah. Mutants, yeah, right. I've seen them down at the docks. The crazy shit is, they weren't doing anything. They're just standing around. What you need? Brotherhood of what? What you need?
Nothing for the
I'm here to
Brotherhood.
help you. So you got some old junk? Maybe I can
Oh,
make
another
something
fetch quest.
useful. No guarantees what you'll get though. What you need? I'm here to help you.
Alright. Hey, I lost his helmet in a nearby cave, but now I'm too old to get it, and then he lives for way beyond you. Yeah. I don't think Harold predicted that he'd be alive for another couple hundred years and become a tree. Poor guy.
You, ever been out east?
Oh, they're actually talking about going out east.
Bugs as big as houses and killer robots.
Hey, Fallout, where's my law? Hey, Bethesda, where's the law? Where's the bugs the size of houses? Bethesda had clear law written for them right there that they could have used. You got anything to say? Nope. Reminder, water means water. Yes, that probably sounds the same in my accent actually, doesn't it? Water. Got any water? Got a save station. I guess this is the way we meant to go. Oh, where's this to then? The docks. Isn't that where that guy said to look for the junk? If you managed to find any relatively undamaged junk, bring it to the crazy ghoul. Oh. Well, someone said something about docks. Head down to the docks, yeah. Wait, so why would I go that way? The docks are this way. Docks. Warehouse district. Oh. That's why, because you can't go that way. Now we know. Bridge East. Wada. Far Harbor hermit crabs. Oh, yeah, true. Okay, fair enough. They've kept it consistent. Even though technically this is not canon. Let's save just in case.
proud to be expendable.
I'm proud to be expendable. Alright. Oh, these... What? Okay, these ghouls don't like us. Oh. Got how to play the game. There you go. Oh, oh dear. Sorry. Is there any reason why the ghouls are fighting each other, or just cuz? Jackson McKinney again. Thank you for the $2. Oh, you're saying Kate shouldn't be more cute? Shouldn't be my cute Irish wifey? Can be if you want. Oh my god. Stop shooting me. Fallout will eventually get the Chin treatment and make mods and console commands canon. Or the Kim treatment, yeah. Which should then make Brotherhood Steel canon. God, I hope not. But seeing as what Tim Kaine was saying about moving normality, I forgot what he called it now. But how, yeah, they keep on implementing things that aren't Fallout, but because they've slowly done it, they can be like, oh, well, it fits because there was a simp in Fallout 3. So now there's more simps in Fallout 4. So yeah, they'll keep pushing it, keep pushing the boundary until it's essentially just like a 21st century game. Like as if the bombs went off in the 21st century rather than in the 50s. Or in a retro-futurism type 50s scenario. Just strange, because they kept quite close to that in Fallout 3. Check out the Desert Eagles, how they compare. The SMGs are doing a lot of work at the moment. Can't get in there, I don't think. What's that yellow thing? Can I shoot that? Apparently not. When would you guys have put the bombs down? Fallout. Oh, if we could pick another era? Because obviously the years was like 2260 or something, wasn't it? But it's like 50s retrofuturism. But if I could pick an era, okay, let's make it so it's not the 50s, because obviously that's the easy choice. I'd be like, well, I like it how it is. So you can't pick the 50s. What would you think would be an interesting culture to be in a post-apocalyptic era? I think the 60s would be cool, just because there's some stuff you could do there with like hippies and all that kind of stuff. See, like, how would the hippies react to the bombs? Although they would probably kind of be like the children's of Atom when you think about it, so maybe not that different. What's the 70s known for? 70s is kind of like rock, right? Like hard rock. What's going on in culture at that time? I don't know much about the 70s, actually. Know more about like the 80s. That'd be pretty cool, because I was more like leather jacket. That's kind of what we had in Fallout 4 anyway, like leather jackets and stuff. The leather jackets came back, and it was like, you got metal now. The 80s would have been a cool era. But any retro era, essentially. I don't think today's era would be very interesting. How the hell am I meant to get over there? Must go maybe back to the other side. The advantage of our era is... Oh no, I was going to say there's like the smartphones and stuff, but the internet would probably go down if there was an EMP. 2077, yeah, my bad. The game's set in 2020, 16, 2020, 77 and that. Yeah, 2077. When would you guys have... right, sorry. Lol. 80s for me. 80s, yeah. Set futurism. Oh yeah, that was true. You'd have the whole not neon wave, what's it called? Aether wave. The Aether wave, whatever that aesthetic movement we had recently, like 2 years ago, that was popular. You'd have kind of that stuff going on. Maybe not sure, the number popped in my head for some reason. No, I think you're right on 2077. I think it's the games are set 200 years later. God, I have no idea where I'm meant to go here. Until we are considered retro. Yeah, there'll be Gen... We're on Gen Alpha now, right? So next will be Gen Beta. RIP those guys in school, and they get bullied as hell for that one. Then what's it? Gen... whatever. What's C in the alphabet? Can't remember. Let's call them whatever Gen C are. They'll probably see the Millennial era and the Gen X era as, like, super cool. Oh, we're meant to go over these pipes. Jesus. Okay, we are totally save stating. My god, why would you add that as your platforming? Look at that. That's horrific. And I'm getting shot at the same time as well. Oh god. Okay, the Desert Eagles kind of act as my shotgun now. Oh dear. Oh, that was close. Well, we need to, what button is Stimpack? What button is Stimpack? No! I forgot what button Stimpacks were! Oh, okay, well, that's why we save stated. I like the death music. It's just so reminiscent of, like, Call of Duty Zombies. Right, okay, what button is Stimpack? Oh, okay. Left trigger. Oh no, not left trigger. Oh, it is, yeah, left. LB on the Xbox controller. Oops. See his Kappa. Vaporwave, that was it, yeah. Come on, Jula, today's era would be great. You could even pick your pronouns. Would that still be in 40.1, right? They could definitely, if it was set into DayZ, they would lean into that. There would be like adverts in the game, like billboards, where you could... Because it's like the Fallout universe is also hyper-capitalist, right? So it'd be something like, pay now only $200, change your pronouns on a whim, or pick like fluid pronouns that change whenever you want them to. They could lean into that kind of stuff. Still don't really know why people are living in this city if they're constantly fighting each other. It's almost like transforming an CRPG into a ARPG doesn't make sense if you don't try to make it make sense. And they have made zero effort. At least Fallout 3 was a hybrid of the two. To some degree. Still not great role-playing. Way better than this. It's not, I won't say it's existent in this. Can't say there's any role-playing in this game. Really? Judah getting cancelled soon? I'm saying, no, I said that's what Bethesda would do, not what I would do. You see, it's Todd who should be cancelled. He told me those were his plans. When they make Fallout 2020, the new sequel. Completely rewritten the law. I feel like Harold's arm or like that junk we have to find would be in one of these areas. On one of these islands maybe that I've missed. My dad works at Nintendo and he says Todd hates 3D women. Todd is all about the anime waifus. He likes nothing else. There was on Discord yesterday, I posted an Esquire interview that they did with Todd Howard, and the writer, who came to the conclusion must be like a fan service writer. The stuff he was writing was just so weird. It's like one of the lines he said, like he asked Todd a question, and like, oh, and Todd replied like, oh yeah, we're thinking about that down the pipeline. Said Todd, who has brown curly hair and has a chiseled jawline and answers with a quick smile. And I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, why are you describing him like that? And then he finished off the interview with saying, like, I asked Todd, like, what he can tell me about the Indiana Jones game, and Todd said nothing yet, but he'll see me again next year with another coy smile and like a wink or something like that as he walks out the door. And I'm like, what the hell? It's such a weird article. It reads like fan fiction. I should have expected nothing less from an article that was literally titled "Todd Howard is the Christopher Nolan of gaming." It's like, okay, if you say so, Esquire. Totally a well-known publication for their video game takes. You laugh now, but my Todd Howard waifu pillow is in the mail. Are you the writer for Esquire? I wouldn't be surprised if he had one. Like it or not, God Howard is the peak male form. He does still have his hair in his 50s, so you might be right. That's admirable. Very admirable. Yeah, and in that article as well, they were like asking questions that are just very odd to ask. Like, he was saying like, oh, Todd won't give us much insight into his personal life, and I'm like, yeah, I don't fucking blame him. Like, why should he? Like, they wrote it as if like, how dare this micro celebrity not tell us like about his family? It's like all we could find out is that he has 2 sons. And it's like it's weird. I guess Esquire is like known for like their Hollywood interviews and stuff, right? So people are more expectant for whatever reason of those celebrities divulging every little inch of their life. They seemed offended that Todd wouldn't do that for them. Thinking, why haven't Bethesda done dual-wield weapons yet? If they're all about the rule of cool, which it seems like definitely Todd is, this is the rule of cool, is double wielding weapons. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. That seems like something they would have put in Starfield or Fallout 4. Maybe that's the Fallout 5 special feature, so it'll be on the back of the box. Finally, dual wielding weapons. Todd can install Skyrim on my system anytime. I'll be 49 this month, and the only grey is a bit along the jaws and a few strands. Eat more preservatives, kids. That's lucky to have the only grey to be a bit along the jaw. I don't think I'll have any hair left by the time I get to that point. I wonder if Todd dyes his hair. I think it is going a bit grey from the looks of it. He's like the kind of guys who benefit from the fact that he looked super young in his 20s, like he had those boyish looks, but because of that, he now still looks pretty young in his 50s. Even though he still has like the skin and everything that you'd expect to get at that age. He just overall has a young look to him. Where, according to my wife's friends, I already look like 40 now in my 20s, so God, I hope I don't look forward to what I look to when I get to that age. I'm hoping that because I look so old now, it just means that I'll look the same for a while. For the Desert Eagles. No, this is not the right way. So much platforming. It's definitely leaning into the Diablo design more and more. Or the ARPG design, I should say. Just having tons of enemies just spammed at you. And we're actually at a point where we can kill them decently quickly. Not like when we had to kill those rad scorpions at the beginning of the game. It is honestly sad to watch his... Yeah, I was in the chess club now. I remember... I'm not even sure if these were memes or not, but I remember for a while people were getting up in arms being like, oh, he wasn't even in the chess club, he was actually really popular in school and stuff, as if like that was something that discredits him. Like, he's clearly a nerdy guy and everything. Like, even if he wasn't in the chess club, it's not like he was the fucking Chad of the school or anything, and it doesn't even matter if he was. It just seemed a weird thing that people were really mad about. And it's like, oh, he's pretending to be a nerd, he was actually super cool in school. And I'm like, bro, why does it matter? If it was a joke, it was a funny joke, and if it was true, at least he was making a joke about it, you know? At least he didn't seem upset.
You're on the docks right now. Just
I'm disappointed because I have long hair and wanted the Gandalf or Willie Nelson look. Hard to pull off without grey hair. You could dye it, I guess, if you wanted. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Someone's coming down from the bridge.
Since then, he's only released 4 games. Can't imagine how long he is planning on leaving Bethesda. Well, that's what, in interviews, he's been saying, like, Elder Scrolls 6 might legitimately be his last Bethesda game based on how long these games take now. And that sounds entirely possible. It is, as much as we, like, take the piss out of him, and he is likely, you know, at least partly, if not wholly responsible for the direction the games have gone, because he is the game director. You know, it is going to be an end of an era. And we probably will see a shift in how the games... what you expect from a Bethesda game once he's gone. Whether it'll be a good shift or a bad shift, we're yet to see. It will be sad for all the bad stuff that he's done, in terms of like the game directions. You know, he did some good stuff. He was the game director of all Morrowind. His, you know, the way they streamlined Daggerfall to make Morrowind was partly from his decision making. They just kept going too far. Didn't know when to stop. Whatever that massive thing I just killed was looked like a werewolf. I have no idea what that was meant to be. They clearly did not want to make a Fallout game from the looks of it. That's a werewolf. Hell even is that meant to be? Like some sort of massive ghoul thing. He was the president of the chess club. The king of nerds. A Chad among nerds. first boxes I've seen Will destroy in a while. Oh, can we destroy these ones? No. Considering he was behind the shift from Daggerfall to Morrowind, maybe it's a good thing that he's getting ready to hang up the spurs. Todd Howard, stories on D&D with a bad, with a bad DM. Yeah, he is a bad DM. He just wants to direct you down the path that he drew up over the weekend. And he's not willing for when players say, oh, can I do this? He goes, no, we're doing how I said we're going to do it. You walk down the path and you do as I say. That is his main problem with his game design, is that they aren't, like what Larian did with Baldur's Gate 3. I saw some interviews yesterday or earlier today on YouTube Shorts. My YouTube Shorts algorithm has finally like fixed itself. But yeah, so show me some Larian interviews, and one of the, I can't remember if it's the game director or one of the designers said that they never want to say no. So when they're designing like a quest in game, they brainstorm as many different solutions and they try and implement them all. They don't want to say no to the player. They want to try and implement everything. There are points where they say they have to say no because it just isn't feasible to do something. You know, that's just game design and like video game design. Unfortunately, you're limited not only by your imagination but by what you can actually make happen. But yeah, you don't get that sense in an Elder Scrolls game that they thought of every solution. It feels like they've went, okay, we have these select builds like the warrior, the mage, the thief. How would these three characters get through this situation? And not consider how a player might deviate from those default stereotypical ways of playing. Oh, I found Harold's arm. Easy enough. What the hell are these enemies? Started shooting lasers now? From their, like, torso or something? Keep it simple, stupid. Yep. That indeed. I just imagine, like, you're sitting in the boardroom as they're designing, you know, they're doing the design document for the game, because presumably they still do that. They make a design document so they know everything they have to make. And they're sitting there, it's like, okay, so we got all these quests. And it's like, someone says, like, oh, what if they want to have this, like, speech option where it does this? And they're like, nope. KISS. Like, every time they have a disagreement, they're like, KISS. Rather than telling them, like, oh, that won't work because of this or that. They're like, that. Just keep on saying KISS. As long as you keep saying it, it's true. Must just be an office culture. Thinking about it now, I was wondering how certain things happened on Starfield. Like, did no one ever bring up that this was an issue? But if they did bring it up, they probably just said, nope, KISS, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the issue. Complete fanfiction in my head, because there's no, I've got no proof of this, but I won't be surprised if that was the, having worked in offices, in creative offices, I won't be surprised if there was a culture of doing that whenever someone tries to tries to implement something that would be too difficult to do, rather than rise up to the challenge. Say what you will about Brotherhood of Steel, but the chat and Jula have some fun discussions when that game being played. The game is mindless background fun. Yeah, it's a game that requires so little of my brain that I can actually hold a conversation better. In the other games, it's much harder. I do not have to think about much. I'm very glad I'm doing this on stream, though. I could not imagine playing this game not on stream, where I had to actually just sit here and absorb it. Because the atmosphere is not very good either. There's not much sound design. Very generic. And what sound design there is doesn't really line up with the gameplay. The gameplay is like fast-paced ARPG, and then the sound design is just like drone-in Fallout sounds. You know what you expect from Fallout 3 when you're shuffling through the tunnels with the metro. Why are they just spawning out of the radiation like that? Oh, they are holding laser weapons from the looks of it, I think. That's why they're shooting lasers. I'm enjoying the money and drive. The money and drive space I've saved in not fighting Starfield. I envy you, man. Especially the hard drive space. 115 gig. What's the exclamation mark for? I think it's telling me that I've leveled up. Die hard. 50 health. Yeah, seems good. 5 points to armor. Melee and dodge speed. Oh, there's dodges. I'll take that then. I didn't realize there's a dodge roll happening apparently. Every other NPC in Starfield brings up a thing I never witnessed. What do you mean by that? Sorry. But like how they keep on bringing up the I know when they always talk about the artifact, they keep trying to make a big deal out of that little rainbow cutscene you saw. You're like, oh my god, it's so amazing. And I was like, yeah, there's some rainbows. I mean, I guess I need to roleplay. Like, okay, if I saw that in real life, I probably would be like, whoa. But it didn't seem as crazy to me. Maybe I'm just jaded. Probably a bit jaded with the game doesn't help. They obviously do expect you to be role-playing a bit and suspend your disbelief. Oh dear, I'm out of ammo. That's not good. Oh dear. Do I have any other guns I can switch to? Got homemade bombs, frag grenades. Okay, we're going explosive build. How does that work? Oh, like that, okay. So now that Starfield is out, they should be working on Elder Scrolls 6, right? At least that's what they said in the past. Yeah, I think someone confirmed, it might have been Pete Hines confirmed, they are now in development for Elder Scrolls 6. Like, officially, they're out of pre-production. Which doesn't bode well for Starfield, because that game needs some patches. And it doesn't sound like they've got many people working on patches. At least now, Elder Scrolls 6 probably in 5 years. Which puts it at 2027. Oh, that's they really care about the numbers, right? When the year comes out. I thought they did delay it to 2023, so maybe not. Like they would probably aim for 2030 because that sounds better as a number. But now that now that Microsoft are there, holding them accountable, maybe they're not going to be like, yeah, you can spend years trying to do everything. Can I blow up these things? No. Some sort of enemy, like, locked in there, but I don't know how to get to them. I might like Elder Scrolls 6 more than Skyrim. Skyrim was interesting at first, but now it's boring to me. I like deserts more, so very interested in Hammerfell. If it is Hammerfell, we've not had confirmation. But I don't see what else it could be, based on the reveal they made. Oops. God damn it. The throw mechanic in this game doesn't... So it shows that like that orb, and that shows how far you're going to throw. But the direction seems to spin wildly. So you lock on, you throw, and then I run away. Okay, so if you try to run away before you throw, it throws the grenade to the side. And then the music's gone again. And it's back. That might be an emulation issue. Like that. Because I was trying to run away at the same time I threw the bomb. I threw it to the side. No, 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 I don't want to throw that over there. Oh, damn it. I'm precisely the opposite. I can't stand deserts in real life and prefer snow. Maybe that's why my first character in the Elder Scrolls game has always been Nords. Yeah, everyone always has their preferences, don't they? It's like when Oblivion came out. I thought it was beautiful because I didn't know it was meant to be a rainforest at the time either. I thought it's just like, wow, it looks like a temperate forest, which is what I grew up around. So that's what I like personally. But now, in hindsight, I can say I was disappointed that it's not a rainforest. That would have been much more visually interesting. But still, it's quite a nice-looking game from a mid to late 2000s perspective for video games in that era. We're picking up a lot of light energy weapons, but we're not light energy ammo. But no, oh, like finally we picked up a laser rifle. Okay, yeah, I was thinking we haven't picked up any laser weapons for this ammo that they've been giving us, but we finally have. They were acknowledging me like I was deep in their minds. Oh, wait, I was on Starfield. All right, I went to Mars, and all the miners were talking about a heart of Mars that I'd never heard of. And some Billy kid was offended I didn't remember him, even though I had seen no context. Billy is just happy to be out of the damn fridge in Fallout 4, yeah. They were acknowledging me like I was deep in their minds. But I was in their sleeping quarters, so... Oh, in their minds, yeah. So that's on me, probably. LML, but I forgot about him. Yeah, I've not come across that myself, but it does sound, like, entirely possible. There's a lot of stuff, I mean, the way it works in Skyrim as well, and maybe Fallout with... someone will say something when you're passing, and it'll come up in your quest log. I remember that, I think that started in Oblivion, actually, right? The dialogue, in the dialogue system. Yeah, I've had stuff like that where some NPC has probably said something, but I was running past and I maybe caught the last word and like the subtitles flick for a second, and then suddenly in my activities it's like, oh, visit this place because so and so said, and I'm like, I didn't even hear what they said. So I could totally see how the game's probably registered that you have, at some point, your crosshair has scanned over this Billy guy for like 1 second when you were running somewhere, and you've probably heard a millisecond of this voice line at some point, and it thinks that you should know about it. But obviously we don't, because we missed it. It definitely has that issue. I think that's just been an issue since Oblivion, really, when they implemented that dialogue system. Because I never listened to what the NPCs were saying in Oblivion. But now, I think at first I probably did, because at first I was like, whoa, so realistic. They talk to each other and don't acknowledge that what they say is absolute drivel. But like now, when I play, suddenly you just look at your quest log and you have like, we run through like the Imperial City and you'll pick up 5 quests. Because apparently you heard some conversations that you totally didn't actually hear. And it's more of a, I can see how it would be more of a problem in Starfield for sure, because there's so many people, right? Like, who is a generic NPC and who's an actual, like, quest giver? Because sometimes I think they might be the same. Like, I think generic NPCs literally just say certain things that the game uses to flag a quest. And there's so many people now. In Oblivion, like, a town was, like, well, 30, 20, not even that, 20 people. Now you walk into New Atlantis and there'll be 100 people in a certain district. Or maybe, like, 50. But you walk to the next district and there'll be another 50. And they're all talking, like, to each other in groups on park benches and everything. So my brain just kind of, what would the word, like, you phase it out, right? You're not listening to what they're saying, really. And I only know something's happened when suddenly that pop-up says, like, you got a new activity. Perhaps they expect you to walk through the city. Like, really go lean into the role-playing. And I can get that. Like, I used to do that in Morrowind when I was way younger and, like, a teenager and had time to do that. But now I'm like, bro, I'm not walking through a city. I do not have time for that. Oh, sorry. That says a lot about this game when I'm just yawning from literal boredom. Game is missing one of, like, the main things that makes our ARPGs like Diablo 2 so addictive as well, and that is the loot. Like, there's just nothing. The only thing you're ever picking up is mostly ammo and, like, caps. It's like they've missed all the reasons why those kinds of games are so addictive to play. Oh god, sorry. I can't stop yawning. Fuck me. That's all you need to say in a review of this game, really. I played it and it made me yawn uncontrollably. Saw a video in which a guy was complaining about the oppression of Argonians because they were in Oblivion's arena. Oh, I saw that, yeah. Someone did like a multi-hour long Oblivion retrospective, and I feel for the guy. I think he has tried to say something unique. He's tried to be like, oh, loads of people have done videos on, like, Oblivion, you know, like, how am I meant to best like private sessions or patrician. So he's like, I'm gonna come up with takes that no one has. So he's come up with this fucking brain dead take about, like, how the Argonians in the arena are bloody oppressed and forced to be there, even though you were told through the law that they're prisoners. And, like, and then he's saying, like, oh yeah, they're it's like it's based on, like, prize fighters from, like 1800s slavery and all that kind of stuff. Again, ignoring the fact that all the races are in the arena. They're just generally prisoners or people who want to become gladiators. Absolute brain dead take. He's tried to say something unique and different, and I can feel for him because that can be hard as a YouTuber when you can sometimes feel like, oh, what am I adding to the conversation here other than reiterating what other people have said? And sometimes if your take is dumb, you know, just be like, I'm just gonna keep reiterating. There's nothing wrong with repackaging what someone else has done, and that the repackaging can be what is unique about it. You could package it in a way where it's more concise, or you look at it more objectively, or you look at it with more data, more analytics. You're doing something different, but it can be still the same general takeaway. But yeah, coming up with brain dead takes is not the way to do it. Don't try to be different for the sake of being different. That's for sure. Yeah, that was laughable. How to solve NPC populations is to not confuse players. Just make the entire population hate you like in Morrowind. Only guess quest givers that can't tolerate you. Yeah, that's true actually. That would work. It would only work in a certain universe though, like, it'd be hilarious in Starfield if no matter where you went, people just hated you, and there's no objective reason why they do. They're just like, I hate you. No reason, you're an Outlander. How we know you're an Outlander? Can't tell. There's no reason you're an Outlander, we just hate you. But it would work in the Elder Scrolls, for sure. I loved being hated in Morrowind. You didn't have to feel remorse for mucking up the Dark Elf Society. Man, I always ended up helping them guys. Although I say that, I've only done the Telvanni once, so I guess my limit's a bit higher than you, but I still is a limit. The Telvanni, nah, fuck those guys. They push it too far. What I liked about the Telvanni is that you can just kill them to get promotions. That was brilliant. I can respect a faction that's built like that. Or like in Daggerfall, how some groups just hated how you asked. Yeah, like the street people will generally not like you being polite and so forth because they'll see it as like you being too classy and stuff like that. Yeah.
Sometimes you disgust me, Paul.
It's getting to the point that I've pondered making a Elder Scrolls retrospective video just so there would be one that isn't crying about capitalism and oppression. I mean, I think that's Patrician's take, right? If he ever mentions that kind of stuff, it's just mention it because it is actually used in the story. But I don't think he cries about it. I think Patrician seems to be quite right-wing. More right-wing than I am. In his takes, at least. I won't say I have many takes in my videos. I try not to apply much real-world stuff to them, essentially. I'll just tell the story how it is. Unless it's a prominent part. Like, I don't know, if Daggerfall, the reason the Red Gods hated the Bretons, if that was the reason was because one was communist and one was capitalist, obviously you must bring that up, right? Like, that's obviously a key part of the story. So I'd bring that up. But no, I want to try to apply it to places where it doesn't exist, or you're trying to interpret it where it might... Maybe it's meant to be interpreted, but in most of the time I've seen those takes, I'm just like, what? Like, I don't see what they're talking about, you know? I feel like they're reading into it a bit too much. It's that issue that, like, the people make the meme about English class. Like, on English class, they, you know, people read into, like, oh, the color of the curtains too much. But I always go against that because, unlike a video game, or even sometimes cinema, a book is generally written carefully. So if they've written a specific color for the curtains, maybe it does actually have meaning. It's not like they walked into a room with a film camera and the curtains happened to be blue. Like, they specifically wrote blue curtains. So maybe you were meant to look into it to some degree. But I can get what people mean. Like, yeah, sometimes English teachers want you to look into it way too much. And I think people apply that to too many things. They look into too many things too deeply, especially in video games where they sometimes just don't have that much thought put into them. I'm like, oh, why is this house decorated in this way? Does it mean this or this? It's like, maybe the level designer just said, oh, fuck it, I'll just throw some things around randomly. Like, not everything has that much thought into it. Whereas I think in a book, they're written more specifically, right? You don't accidentally write a certain color for a curtain. You might choose it for a reason. You might not do as well. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Yeah. The curtains are white because they're white. I would agree in some scenarios. I still stand by, like, in most books, not all of them, but in most books, if they're choosing to describe it, because it doesn't happen by accident, right? It's not like they accidentally wrote those words down. Sometimes there is a meaning behind it, but the meaning doesn't have to be deep. It's not like, oh, you don't have to write. It doesn't have to have an essay written about it. The meaning could be like, it's blue curtains because the character whose apartment we're in is depressed, and that was the level of thought that went into it. You know, the author could have literally thought about it that shallowly, and sometimes it could have just been because they were looking around their own apartment and be like, oh, that's a nice design. I feel like this certain character would have decorated their room like I've decorated mine, and then that might be the reasoning. Sometimes this random location is just set in the scene. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If they just said, like, oh, the apartment was laid out this way, blah, 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 but then they specifically said, like, they brought up a specific thing, that's why I feel like, well, maybe that's more into it, right? They want you to read into that. Not deeply, again, there is a little bit more to it, because they wouldn't have wrote it otherwise. Like, if they're setting the scene like, oh, it's a dark room, like, obviously you're not meant to read into it that much. But some things are written specifically. They don't happen by accident. The curtains are blue because we only modeled 4 colors. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, in a video game, you can't really read into that stuff as deeply because a lot of times things are just done because we ran out of time. Like, oh, it's all we had available. You know, I couldn't be bothered. Like, there's stuff like that. It's not as exact. Do not touch. What do you mean, do not touch? Oh, right, it's a button to open the door. Okay. Things in a video game can certainly happen more accidentally than they can in something that has more time spent on it, or something that is written in a certain way. And I'll apply that to films as well. Some films, like some directors, very much do like care about everything that's in the room, in the setting that they're filming in. But otherwise, the other ones are just like, ask the prop designer to design a room that looks like this, and then that's what they get. And maybe the prop designer will have a deep reason for why something was done, but the director will be like, I don't know, I just asked him for a room and that's what he gave me. It's always good to look at that's why you should always look at the team making something to see how much care they put into it, because I'm sure some games, probably from smaller teams, maybe do have that level of care put into it. But I don't think Bethesda do. It's such a fucking big company, like they aren't. It's not like Todd sitting there and being like, oh, design this apartment like this so people have a sense of melancholy when they walk into it. It's like, nah, man. Maybe the level designer thought, oh, that'd be cool if I did that. But I was, you know, there was no more than that. It's not a big, grand thing that applies to the game as a whole. And it certainly probably won't have any political... that's what at the start of this conversation, right? It won't have any political meaning to it. It's not like, oh, it's... because all the parts of this city look like this, it means it's showing that Bethesda think capitalism bad. I always loved the foreword Mark Twain put in Huckleberry Finn. He said, anyone who tried to delve deeply into the story for allegory and the like should be prosecuted. Which is why we had to analyze and critique the novel in grade 10. There's yeah, that's definite. There's a little bit of reverse psychology there. Where I would think he's doing that almost a little bit on the nose. Again, that's probably reading too much into it. But I'm just thinking, as someone who has written stuff, I've never written things by accident. I've never like, oh, how did that end up into my script? Everything has a reason behind it. But people are right, sometimes setting the scene is just setting the scene. But if you're setting the scene, you're trying to set the scene, right? If you're making a dark room, maybe it's dark for a reason. It's not just because it's dark. It's just not a deep reason. It doesn't need, again, it doesn't need an essay. I hate when the English teacher's like, write an essay based on this one page. I'm like, no, like, I could write an essay based on the book, maybe. That's going a bit too much. It could have a sentence, you know? That blue curtain gets a sentence. The curtains might be blue to represent this. That's it. It's fucking end of sentence. Done. Like, move on. You don't need to go any deeper than that. It has no other meaning. $5 from Derpa Leaper. Thank you so much for the donation. You've been suffering through Brotherhood Steel. Have a beer on me. I repeat myself. I repeat myself, but these Thursday morning streams for me are something I look forward to now. I'm glad that you like them, Derpa Leaper. And yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. And Brotherhood of Steel is still Brotherhood of Steel. It's a game. As far as I was saying on Discord yesterday, where it feels like Starfield is such like an okay to slightly good game that it feels like Bethesda saw that meme where people are like, oh, this game is the game of all time. Like, they've left out the word best or worst or whatever. It's like they looked at that game, they looked at that meme and was like, we're going to do that. We're going to make a game that you play it and you'd be like, Starfield is a game of all time. Yeah, it's a game. For sure. I feel bad about it because it's a game that's so easy to critique that I almost feel bad for the game. Oftentimes, I'll try and look at something from both sides, right? And I'll be like, this has a lot of issues, but they might be because of X, Y, and Z. Like, why is it done that way? A lot of times with Starfield, you think, why is it done that way? And it'll be just like, because I just don't think they fucking cared. Like, I think like they were just like, yeah, it's fucking fine, I don't care. It doesn't feel like the thought went into it. Like with the conversation system, I think it was literally because there was too many bugs with the Fallout 4 system. I can't understand why else they've done it. It's not more immersive. That's the only reason I could give them. It's like, oh, maybe they thought it was more immersive. And it immediately falls flat because it's not true. It's just not. So, I don't know why they've done it. I just think it was because they couldn't be bothered to fix any bugs. Easiest way to fix the bugs is just to hide them all, which is what it does. It's not more cinematic. Like with the stores with no stock. Stuff like that. Like there was obviously multiple level design teams, and some of them cared. There's in that same city, right? There's an area called the Well. We found it on the First Impression stream. Really nicely designed. There's a store in that. Exactly what I was saying. Like it's like a Skyrim store. You walk in, weapons on the walls, armor like on shelves. You can look at it. You can see what the helmet you're gonna buy is. He's got a chest in the back you can go steal. He's got a back room you can break into to get some more gear. You can shoot him in the face and steal all his stuff. It's a store that you can rob as a store. And then you go to this other place, and it's a room with one guy in it with some pens. You can steal some pens and like one plastic cup. And he has inventory. I don't know where it is. I guess he pulls it out of his ass. You kill him. He has one item on him, so it's not his inventory isn't on him. There's no doors to anywhere in that place. And then he says he has the goal to say we sell the best gear in the city. I mean, he could be lying, right? It could be a shit store. Maybe it's meant to be, even though it's in the nicest area of the city. He says we sell the best gear, and he sells a single pistol, which isn't good, and like some mining gear. Now the reason for that, I'm pretty sure it's leveled, because it's a leveled table, right? Like a leveled shop table. But still, it's clearly different teams, and whoever was tasked of designing that store fucking dropped the ball. Absolutely phoned it in. Or ran out of time. Probably ran out of time, I'd imagine. That's what I was mainly disappointed, and I'll bring that up. It's like the world design is so inconsistent. There are times where you're like, yeah, this is a Bethesda game. This is what that's what I still like about games like Skyrim and even Fallout 4. That you could still crawl around the world, and it's beautifully, or not necessarily beautifully designed. Sometimes it's not meant to be beautifully, but really well designed. That there's always something to look at, and everything feels like real or lived in. In Starfield, there were times where it's like that, and other times where you're just like, what the fuck's going on here? That's something that the Outer Worlds, for example, didn't do to me. The Outer Worlds, you could see that their level design team weren't as experienced as Bethesda's. They would have loads of loot on the shelves and stuff, but when you're looking around, it didn't have that impact of feeling like a real lived-in place. Sometimes it did, but it never hit that mark for me as much. And that's what I get from Starfield sometimes. It's a shame. But then other times, they really do an extremely good job. Especially because on Twitter, people have been like replying to this. Especially there's a modder who she did mods for. I think it's a she. Sorry, I might be wrong on that. I think she's been referred to as she on Twitter. But let's just use they, because I'm not sure if it's a guy or not. But what I was saying, I think they did mods for Fallout 3 and Fallout maybe New Vegas, but their mods were like all like clutter mods, right? They put loads of clutter into the worlds And that's what they were hired to do. They were hired by Bethesda to do that. And you can see that in places, especially in the outposts, like basically the dungeons of this game. Loads of clutter. The place feels like, yeah, this is an outpost that was once a science base. You have that like sciencey feel, but then the pirates moved in, and now there's booze everywhere, and there's like drugs thrown around, and it just, yeah, very well done. And in other places, it just feels like they just didn't care. They outsource some level design overseas. Yeah, that might be the case, man. It might be that. Because sometimes I'm almost overwhelmed by how much clutter there is, because there's so much more than there has been in any other Bethesda game. There's loads of clutter. And then other times there's none. There's such disparity between the two. Don't you love when there's no voice lines? Female prisoner, thank you. Find it hilarious. They are still trying to hire vendor containers. They're still trying to hide vendor containers underground still. Yes, glitches already exist to access them in at least one city. I know, right? That's so annoying. Like, I don't necessarily even care about where the inventory is. I just want it to look like there is an inventory. The inventory doesn't have to line up exactly with what they sell, but it has to look like in the world that this person actually has an inventory that stocks their shop. Like, there has to be things on the shelves. It has to look like a shop, for one. And there has to be a back room where they store stuff. Again, it doesn't have to be necessarily what they are technically selling in the menu, but it has to look like some stuff that's worth selling. But I'll be fair to them. That is at the moment the worst example I've found of it. It shouldn't have existed in the first place. Most stores have something, even if it is still way less than what you might be used to in a Bethesda game. I have no idea how that one passed. It should have passed QA. It's such a prominent location. It's one of the first shops you see when you go to this rich area of New Atlantis. It's got a massive gold sign. The entire building is adorned in Art Deco, like bronze gold aesthetic. I immediately went into it because I thought, like, this must be a prominent, like, place where I'm going to get quests or something. War Maidens in Skyrim is a key example. Yeah, that's the first shop in Whiterun, right? Yeah, you walk in and there's stuff on the walls. There's like weapons and armor on the walls, and there's some on his desk in front of him. There's like a helmet and like a sword laid across. It looks like there's inventory. Yeah, it doesn't line up with what he's selling, but it looks like a shop. That's what you want, and that's what some shops do have in Scarfield. And then others just don't have anything. I find it hilarious. It'll still... Oh, right, yeah, sorry. Read that. Oh, yeah, Todd bragged about his clutters. Yeah. He did, and in some places, he's right to brag. It's fucking loads. The amount of objects... I'm surprised the engine's not blowing up, to be honest. Insane. It actually makes looting the places like how you would in Fallout 4. You're like, sometimes you almost don't want to because you're just overwhelmed with how much stuff there is. Especially because a lot of the junk doesn't have a use anymore. Maybe it has a use if you unlock a skill. I haven't checked that yet. But unlike in Fallout 4 where junk has materials, that doesn't seem to be the case in Starfield yet. Again, maybe that changes with a skill point. They do like to hide things behind skill points now. That used to be default. But I've not found a use for the materials. But I made for the junk stuff that you can pick up. I don't think you can get through those. Even though the map makes it look like you can. Especially because a lot of the junk is just that. It's just junk, right? I think it is just meant to be clutter. And the unique Bethesda thing is that you can pick up the clutter, which you can't necessarily do in most games, actually. Some of it's worth a bit of money. It's very heavy, though. I think that's why a lot of people, a common complaint is how everyone's over-encumbered all the time. And I think it's because we're playing it from the wrong perspective. We're so used to playing it like other Bethesda games, where most of the time the junk is quite rare. And if it does exist, it has a use, like in Fallout 4. In Starfield, a lot of the junk is just junk. I don't think you're necessarily meant to pick it up. It's just like, you can pick it up if you want to, but you probably shouldn't. Like, why are you lugging around 4 versions of the same board game? You know, like maybe you shouldn't be doing that. It weighs quite a bit. I think that's the case, and that's why a lot of people have that complaint. And it's like, bro, you're just not meant to pick up that stuff, I think. Someone outside working a forge and one in the store with stuff lining the shelves. They could actually produce, yeah, exactly. It feels like a lived-in, like a real store, which is all you want from it. I haven't found a use for junk yet, but they mix it with misc. Like how potted plants count as food items, but a paper cup counts as nothing. I did not know potted plants count as food items. That's cool. Yeah, generally, and I've got to the point now, the only junk I pick up, if it's worth 500 credits or more, and if it has a crafting use. And it will tell you that. It'll say like, oh, this is a unique piece of junk that can be used in crafting. Those are the only ones I pick up now. Everything else I just ignore. It's when I realized I had like 25 coffee cups, and I'm like, yeah, why am I picking this stuff up? I'm just a kleptomaniac. I see if it's just like I can pick it up, so I must. And that's just stupid. Like, why am I carrying around 25 coffee cups? Of course, no one wants to buy them. Like, you sell them for 20, like the lowest amount, which is 1 credit each, which is worthless. So you've like wasted 2% of your inventory carrying around something that's only worth 25 credits. That's a common complaint I've seen online, which it clearly highlights to me many people are not very good at inventory management or just don't want to do it. Then again, the first thing I did do when I could afford to do some ship upgrades, immediately I put some extra storage on my ship. I bulked out the cargo a lot. Fucked up my ship in the process, though. I ruined the maneuverability. Put way too much mass on it. So, and tried to make the mass work, I added more engines, and now the thing is like a tank. It's so unwieldy to use. I've essentially made a merchant vessel, but I need to dogfight in it sometimes because quests require you to. It's a nightmare. I need to try and get another ship, I think. That's a bit lighter and faster. Can't destroy the epitaphs. Buying stuff off the shelf is cool. I think a New Vegas mod does that. Oh, that's cool. I know, even though not the entire store inventory in Skyrim... Oh, what is this Skyrim? Maybe this is Morrowind. But this might be Morrowind. In Morrowind, the shelf inventory is mixed with the actual inventory. So if you buy certain items, it will actually disappear off the shelves. That was either Morrowind, or perhaps it was Skyrim. I think it was Morrowind, because I remember there's a girl who sells diamonds in Balmora, and you need to steal these diamonds for the Thieves Guild quest, but you can just buy them. If you buy those diamonds from the shop UI, it disappears on the from the bookshelf that's like stored on. I thought that was really cool. Oh, is this the best Fallout game ever made? Yeah, you know it. Brotherhood of Steel, objectively the best Fallout game. No one can even argue against it. Brotherhood of Steel is the most underrated game to ever exist. Oh, for sure. For sure. I love my generic Diablo 2 clones that remove everything that makes that game fun and addicting. And I especially love it when it gives you like an FOV of 20.
Where have you hidden the key, human? You will
Oh no, is that the Fallout 1 protagonist? Oh no, it's the Brotherhood guys. Wait, why did that? Their armor is like proper medieval armor. I guess, did they steal it from a museum?
We are not the same.
Doesn't look like power armor.
And when a squad of Brotherhood knights arrive, they will tear through your precious city, digging up all your secrets.
You will die tomorrow, howling.
Ghoul cult priest. Yep, and he's 12 foot tall. Has a deep, like, magical voice. I say we make this game canon. It deserves it. Oh, I can just run through this. Maybe because I'm a ghoul, this radiation doesn't affect me. Oh, it does affect me. Only slightly. Anything in there to steal?
I'm not afraid to die. Come to torture me, ghoul.
Oh, well, yeah, the audio mixing's really poor. Whoever brought that up earlier, I think it might have been Shedring. Yeah, very bad. So quiet.
You'll be exterminated along with the rest of your accursed kind.
Torture you, tempting. I'm from the Brotherhood.
Ghoul? In the Brotherhood of Steel? You? You're the only one? Those idiots on the Brotherhood. I warned them that this region contains significant activity, and they sent a... Well, you've got Sand Initiate. Good for you. But this bickering is pointless. This is no time for conversation, Initiate. You must... How dare you? You have no right to question me. What was done in Carbon? You cannot leave. Hate me if you like. But there are things more important than you or I. The events that are... Now listen carefully. The cult leader holds the key to unlock these chains. You must find him and take the key from him. This is no time for conversation, Initiate. The Ghoul cult.
And what's the lore behind these guys there? Then, cult isn't real threat. Okay, it's the mutants. Yeah, we got that. Why are they protecting the vault?
Whatever the secret vault holds.
Oh, it's gonna be FEV, isn't it? If it is FEV, straight up Bethesda stole this. They stole this story point.
Is the reason why mutants have
It's FEV. It's totally FEV.
I have fought the mutants all
Wow.
my life.
Bethesda stealing Brotherhood of Steel lore. I'm gonna go take a quick break, even though we've only got 4 minutes left.
They wish to become the dominant species on Earth, crushing the world in their grasp.
Ask you something else. No, I don't want to. Let's get the key. Playing Starfield, I just hear Todd constantly saying you can get straight into the fun. Yeah, that's a lie. Like, when he says that, yeah, I'm gonna... actually, in the retrospective, I want to play that as soon as the first tutorial you do is mining some rock. It's just Todd going, you can get straight into the fun. I just can't believe that in my first impressions. The first thing the game tells you to do, mine rock. It was like, did they not play No Man's Sky? Did they not see the backlash that game got for having no content on release? And the first thing they make you do. It's just, chef's kiss. It's perfect. It's Todd's masterpiece. I need the key. What are you, some kind of reject of the Renaissance fair? That's perfect. At least the writers, I think, understood how silly this kind of stuff was. I bought tomatoes from Carlotta and they disappear from her stall. Okay, so it isn't Skyrim. I suppose it might be in Starfield then, actually. I need to test that. In the stores that have inventory, that is the actual ones that do have something on the shelf. Wow, a zombie with a gland disorder. I wouldn't dream of fighting you. Oh, so he has, the... What was it? Giantitis or whatever they call it. The thing where your body produces too much HGH. They thought about this more than you would think. It's like the designers created some cringy looking stuff and the writers tried their best to make it work. That's pretty funny. Tell me about the secret vault. Carlotta is Skyrim. I'm guessing that's your go-to wife then, huh? Whoop. Oh dear. Oh, he's strong as well. Damn. And we got the metal back. And we're out of ammo. Right. Immediately kill the immersion. And switch weapons. Some Desert Eagles. Ooh, rocket launcher. Okay, yes, please. And a heavy machine gun. Now let's use the rocket launcher. 1825. Desert Eagle does more damage. And a frag grenade? Yeah. Right, let's go with that. God damn, he's strong. He's still a little bit too big for HDHD disorder. But I guess it mixed with the FEV that made him a ghoul, right? That's the stuff that I don't like that Bethesda removed from the lore. It used to be that I think ghouls were made by a mix of FEV and radiation. Now it's just radiation, pretty sure. Oh. Did I waste all of my... Oh no, it's just reloaded. Oh, there's no reload animation. It's just like an icon on the screen. Didn't notice that before. Oh god. Because of how close you have to be to actually lock on to shoot at them, he always hits. I don't think I can get out of range of this guy. Which means the only viable strategy is spam stimpaks. Looks like we're going to have to use the laser rifle. I don't want to use grenades because I feel like by the time I throw the grenade and it goes off, he would have already been on top of me. Like, I won't be able to predict it. Let's get the melee weapon out just in case. Alright. Yeah, you don't have time to like turn around, lock on, shoot before he's in range. Oh, that's the time up. Can we save here? We can. We're totally done. We're gonna do it because I don't want to play this game anymore. We're save stating. There you go. You can vibe out to some metal as we move on over. Oh, we've got some bloody blast beats as well going on. Some kick drum action. I respect whoever they got to do the metal music. Not too bad, actually. I think earlier I said it felt like copyright-free music you get in an advert, but like, no, this is pretty decent. Very reminiscent of Call of Duty Zombies, which kind of was that like early 2000s metalcore era, right? So yeah. But we are done for today. We've done 3 games. That's pretty good going. There's still Brotherhood of Steel refuses to die. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks again for the many donations today. That was amazing. Thank you so much to everyone. Really appreciate it. Metal is sadly missing from Fallout. I don't think the entire US would listen to big bands swing for centuries. Yeah, you would think there'd be some sort of music progression. And we even we worked out on one of the previous streams that you could get some early, very early, like hard rock into Fallout using the cutoff date, which I think is around the JFK era. Like the JFK assassination is more or less the cutoff date for music in Fallout New Vegas. So using that, you can get some very early metal, like hard rock, could technically fit. So maybe one day we'll see it. The Brotherhood will never die. Oh, I hope we don't get it next time, but we probably will, actually. Thanks again, everyone. Yeah, have a good day. Have a good weekend. I'll see you next Thursday, yeah. Consider the electric guitar was invented in either the 20s or 30s. Exactly. Yeah. Totally. You think from the 30s until 2070 when the bombs dropped, that no one tried to add distort, like no one tried to turn up the amp so much it distorted like this. Of course they would have done it. They might have never done a double kick drum like that, like that drum sequence, but who knows? Black Sabbath Fallout, exactly. If we could get some Black Sabbath Fallout. Peace out, man. Peace out, everyone. See ya.